Horror Story. Whispers of the Haunted Academy. It was a chilling November evening in the year 2017, when I found myself immersed in the eerie corridors of an all-girls boarding school, nestled deep within the heart of a small American town called Ravenswood. The shadows cast by the half-moon outside danced menacingly through the aged windows, setting the stage for a terrifying encounter that would forever haunt my memories. I was just a young student back then, a mere first grader eager to prove my linguistic prowess in an English assignment. The task at hand involved dissecting sentences, meticulously identifying subjects, verbs, objects, and deciphering their grammatical structures. With a tinge of arrogance, I scribbled away on my desk, relishing the opportunity to showcase my skills and even capturing the moment on my social media platform. Little did I know that this fateful night would become etched in my mind for a completely different reason. As I focused on my assignment, an unnerving sensation slithered its way into my awareness. Someone, or something, seemed to pass by me repeatedly, their presence lingering in the air. At first I dismissed it as mere figments of my imagination, a byproduct of fatigue and late-night solitude. Ignoring the disquiet in my gut, I pressed on with my work, but the spectral presence persisted, growing more palpable with each passing moment. Something compelled me to turn my gaze towards the dimly lit dormitory, where my fellow students lay nestled in their beds, seemingly oblivious to the unearthly energy that saturated the air. It was then that I realized the truth. They were not the ones traversing the halls in the dead of night. Whispers of fear began to trickle through my lips as I confided in my roommate, who remained awake on the bunk opposite mine. I shared my unnerving encounters, desperately seeking solace or perhaps validation. Yet her dismissive response only fueled the unease festering within me. With a forced smile, she urged me to dismiss the specter as a product of exhaustion, advising me to tidy up my desk and retire for the night. Reluctantly, I complied, determined to find respite in sleep. But as I turned to bid my roommate goodnight, terror engulfed my being. A grotesque visage materialized before my eyes, mere inches from my face. Its gaping maw and enlarged eyes seemed to pierce the veil of reality, freezing me in a state of pure horror. A scream tore from my throat as I recoiled, inadvertently colliding with the wall, causing the bunk beds to tremble. Yet the room remained undisturbed, oblivious to the macabre spectacle that had just unfolded. My roommate, roused by the commotion, questioned me with concern. I gasped for breath, struggling to explain the horrifying apparition that had confronted me. But she merely smiled, oblivious to the sinister presence that still lingered, unseen to her eyes. With trembling hands, I shut my eyes tightly, grasping at my blanket, praying that this malevolent entity would retreat into the darkness from whence it came. Eventually, slumber enveloped me, bringing temporary respite from the terrors that had plagued my waking hours. The following day arrived devoid of any abnormality, leaving me questioning the sanity of my own recollections. Others within the dormitory claimed ignorance, blissfully unaware of the spectral encounters that had tormented me. Yet, deep within my core, I remained convinced that what I had experienced was more than a mere hallucination. Desperate for answers, I confided in my parents upon returning home for the weekend. Concerned for my well-being, they whisked me away to my grandmother's secluded cabin, nestled amidst the thick woods of Ravenswood. Here, in the company of my wise matriarch, I sought refuge from the horrors that had plagued my soul. My grandmother, a woman of esoteric knowledge and ancient wisdom, recognized the gravity of my plight. In whispered hushes, she spoke of forces beyond mortal comprehension, of restless spirits yearning to be heard. She delved into our family's dark history, uncovering the secrets of forgotten rituals and ancient relics. Under the guidance of a skilled medium, my grandmother unveiled the truth hidden within the depths of my birth chart. The medium's words hung heavy in the air, foretelling of my predisposition towards the supernatural. I was born at the stroke of midnight, a time when the veil between the living and the dead grew thin, granting me a perilous gift, the sight of the ethereal. Armed with this newfound knowledge, my grandmother bestowed upon me protective talismans, a vial of potent herbs to safeguard my dormitory bed, and a delicate pendant sword that had witnessed generations of spectral battles. She assured me that should I encounter the supernatural again, the sword would be my ultimate defense. Returning to the boarding school armed with ancient wisdom and newfound courage, I embraced the days that followed with cautious optimism. Weeks turned into months, And soon, graduation beckoned, promising an end to the terrors that had plagued me since that fateful night. But the spectral forces refused to relinquish their grip on my life. As I stood alone in my room one morning, preparing for the trials of adult life, a familiar touch grazed my shoulder. A touch devoid of warmth and humanity. Frozen with dread, I yearned to escape the clutches of the unseen assailant. Yet, an invisible force held me captive, paralyzing my limbs, amplifying the terror coursing through my veins. Minutes stretched into eternities, until finally, I broke free from the invisible shackles, racing towards the safety of my family in the living room. As I shared my harrowing encounter with a confidant, whispers of an otherworldly nature filled the room. A friend of my acquaintance, whose father dabbled in the occult, claimed that an object linked to the deceased lingered within my room, a relic that stirred the dormant spirits, rousing them from their eternal slumber. In a panic, I retraced my steps, memories of my departed mother flooding my mind. I rummaged through drawers until my trembling hands discovered a hidden compartment, concealing a black and white photograph, a haunting reminder of my mother, taken long before her untimely demise. With trepidation, I locked the photo away, severing the ethereal ties that had plagued me for far too long. Since that day, the specters that once roamed the halls of the boarding school ceased their torment. Yet, the scars of my encounters remain etched upon my soul, a testament to the inexplicable horrors that exist beyond the realm of the living. Now, as I recount this tale of dread and despair, I do so with a mixture of trepidation and fascination. For within the recesses of my mind, I know that the supernatural lurks in the shadows, awaiting its next unwitting victim. Whether by chance or design, some of us possess the sight, opening a gateway to a realm shrouded in darkness. And in that darkness, horrors unimaginable await, eager to ensnare unsuspecting souls in their ethereal grasp. Horror story. Encounters with the otherworldly. I grew up in a small, desolate town in the heartland of America. The year was 1982 when I came into this world, destined to face a chilling fate that awaited me. From a young age, I was plagued by a peculiar affliction, a feeble connection to the world of spirits. The locals called it having a weak spiritual aura, but to put it simply, I was a magnet for the supernatural. Sickness clung to me like a shadow, with ailments that seemed never-ending. Medicines and injections became part of my daily routine, and my family suffered under the weight of my persistent health issues. It was a childhood haunted by whispers in the night, distant voices that echoed through the village, and eerie cries that sent shivers down my spine. But in my naivety, I was oblivious to the horrors that lurked beyond the veil. It was in the winter of '88, a bitter moonless night when the darkness devoured the world prematurely. My father, barely 28 at the time, decided to take me and my brother on a motorbike ride to my grandmother's house. We set off, the three of us huddled together, the dim yellow headlight our only guide through the encroaching blackness. The path we traveled was a forsaken trail that had succumbed to nature's reclamation, a vestige of the once thriving grasslands. Our destination lay 30 kilometers away, passing by an ancient burial mound left by the Native Americans, known as the Mound of Spirits. Typically, it took no more than an hour to reach my grandmother's house, but that night was different. Something sinister was afoot. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and the ominous presence of the burial mound gripped our souls. The motorbike sputtered to a halt, its engine dying with an eerie finality. My father, undeterred, stepped off the bike to investigate, leaving my brother and me frozen in the night air. That's when I saw them, ethereal figures materializing in the darkness, their forms hazy and indistinct. They loomed 3 meters away, motionless, their intentions veiled. Trembling, I alerted my father to their presence, but he dismissed my fears with a fierce reprimand. My brother, too young to comprehend the danger, began to cry, his wails piercing the suffocating silence. My father muttered incomprehensible words, his eyes darting frantically, grappling with an unseen force. In desperation, my father's voice reverberated through the night. "Dada, I can't go home. Help me, please." Confusion clouded my mind as I pondered why he would beseech our departed grandfather. Hadn't they said he was gone forever? In my heart, I, the most beloved grandson, knew they were lying. Grandfather lingered in this realm, just beyond reach. Fueled by conviction, I raised my voice. "Grandfather, I miss you. I need you. As my words echoed, the specters that surrounded us dissolved like punctured balloons, their essence dissipating into thin air. But where was grandfather? I turned to my father, demanding to know why he had deceived me. Grinning in triumph, my father pointed out, "Your grandfather is here." I scanned the surroundings, my heart sinking as I realized the truth. Father had tricked me, but I dared not speak up. We arrived at my grandmother's house, the time reading 10 o'clock. She scolded my father for his recklessness, venting her frustration at his late-night escapade. He listened in silence, the events of that night etched onto his face. We slept in the same room that night, my brother nestled between my father and me. As sleep beckoned, I detected a subtle whisper, an ethereal presence that slithered into my subconscious. "Remember, no matter what happens, don't answer any call. Your grandfather will protect you," it murmured. A chill crawled down my spine as I clutched my blanket tightly, promising myself to heed its warning. In the dead of night, a voice broke through my slumber, beckoning me from beyond the window. "Come outside, child. It's time to play." I fought against the seductive allure of the voice, biting my lip to stifle any response. My heart pounded in my chest as the voice grew more insistent, more demanding. It called to me with familiarity, adopting the voice of my mother, my grandmother, even my own. Panic overwhelmed me, threatening to consume my fragile resolve. But then, a presence manifested in the room, an unseen force that repelled the voice outside. It whispered words of reassurance, shrouded in the strength of my grandfather's love. With each passing moment, the haunting voice receded, defeated by an entity I could not comprehend. The following morning, the village buzzed with whispers of a mysterious incident, a disturbance that unsettled the nocturnal calm. The townspeople speculated, but nobody dared speak of the supernatural encounter. The unspoken rule of silence enveloped the incident, ensuring it remained buried in the depths of secrecy. Years flew by, and in '94, my father's job took our family to a coal mining town out west. During a visit to our hometown for Lunar New Year, I suffered a burn on my foot, confining me to the house while my parents took my brother to visit relatives in the neighboring town. That night, as I lay in bed, sleep claimed me, plunging me into a realm of twisted dreams. In my slumber, I traversed the southern hills, where a pack of wild creatures roamed with malevolence gleaming in their eyes. They appeared as wolves in my dream, yet in hindsight, they resembled foxes, creatures rarely seen in our folklore. Wolves, however, were common, their existence confirmed by the slain bodies villagers displayed in the streets. But foxes? Almost unheard of. Yet there they were, infiltrating our village in my dream. One of the creatures ventured into my grandmother's house, moving from door to door, demanding offerings from the frightened townsfolk. Eventually, it settled at my grandfather's spot, its furry paws tapping impatiently on the eight immortals' table, urging us to hasten our preparations. We cooked a pot of lamb stew, which the creature devoured with ravenous impatience. After finishing its meal, it turned to me and spoke words that sliced through the dream like a knife. "Ignore anyone who calls for you. Your grandfather will protect you." I jolted awake, senses heightened, but all I could hear was my grandmother's gentle breathing. Did I mention that, in our region, we slept together on a kang bed? An innate impulse surged within me, urging me to respond to the creature's request. But a flicker of memory flashed before my eyes, reminding me of the dream's warning. A creeping fear took hold as I sensed someone calling my name from outside, not audibly, but through an inexplicable connection. Only my grandmother's rhythmic breathing reached my ears. Trembling with fear, I soaked my bed in cold sweat. Moments later, a second presence materialized outside, as if one entity was exacting retribution upon the other. It was a ghostly duel fought in silence. Morning came, and my parents returned, unaware of the struggle that had unfolded in the night. I never told them what happened, fearing the consequences of speaking the forbidden truth. The incident remained confined to the realm of nightmares, tucked away in the depths of my being. Today, as I recount these chilling encounters, I am reminded of the fragile balance that exists between our world and the realm of spirits. The supernatural remains an enigma, concealed within the shadows of our reality. But those of us who possess the peculiar gift of perception tread a treacherous path, forever aware of the spirits that haunt us. And so, I continue my journey, accompanied by the whispers of the otherworldly, forever vigilant to the unseen forces that surround us all.
Ghost Story: The Sinister Possession, a haunting tale of terror and despair.
Let me tell you a bone-chilling tale that will make your skin crawl, inspired by the master of horror himself, Stephen King. Gather round, my friends, as I recount the haunting events of possession. In the small town of Castle Rock, nestled deep within the heart of Maine, there lived a young woman named Sarah Thompson. It was a decade ago when tragedy befell her family. They hurriedly made their way from the bustling city of Portland to their ancestral home, situated on the outskirts of town. The Thompsons had to face a grim reality as they arrived at their destination late into the night. Their beloved matriarch had already succumbed to the cold hands of death. The old house, standing as a relic of the past, greeted them with an eerie silence. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine as she stepped across the threshold, even though it was the height of summer. Her parents, uncle and aunts, burdened with the sorrow of their loss, dispersed to fulfill various duties. Some rushed to the hospital to make arrangements for the transfer of their grandmother's body, while others sought funeral attire. Sarah was left behind, entrusted with the solemn task of watching over the house. As the rest of her family departed, leaving her alone in that dimly lit abode, an icy chill gripped the air, penetrating her bones. Unsettling thoughts began to creep into her mind. Seeking solace, she sought refuge near the fireplace, but an overwhelming dizziness washed over her. Her head spun, and she collapsed to the cold floor, tears streaming down her face as uncontrollable sobs racked her body. It was as if an invisible force had taken hold of her, making her cry out in despair against her own will. Time blurred, and Sarah's disoriented gaze caught sight of Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, their neighbors, hurrying into the house. They scooped her up and laid her upon a worn-out couch, their comforting words falling on deaf ears. Her cries persisted, seemingly beyond her control. She was trapped within her own torment, conscious of the unfolding events, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. The concerned neighbors, coinciding with the return of her uncle, brought an air of confusion and desperation to the scene. Exhausted from her emotional ordeal, Sarah slipped into a daze, drifting in and out of consciousness, her mind a haze of fragmented thoughts. Upon regaining her faculties, her family shared a disturbing revelation. They had called upon esteemed spiritual masters from far and wide, hoping to rid Sarah of the malevolent forces that had taken hold of her. These revered figures sensed the presence of two entities, one old and the other young, intertwined within her very being. Their spiritual powers, though formidable, proved insufficient to combat the relentless grip of the young entity. Months dragged on, marked by Sarah's frailty and her inability to function. Her emaciated figure weighed no more than a mere ghostly whisper, confined to her bed as her mother tended to her every need. During this harrowing period, Sarah found herself caught between lucidity and bewilderment. She could utter a few coherent sentences on occasion, but for the most part, her words spiraled into a jumble of unintelligible babble. The terror escalated when her voice, under the entity's control, twisted and contorted, morphing into the cadence of a child one moment, then an elderly person the next. She observed the concerned faces of elderly men and women, purported spiritual masters from nearby towns, trying to communicate with her. But their words were garbled, lost in a realm of incomprehensibility. Strangely, she found herself mimicking their foreign tongue, responding with words that held no meaning to her conscious mind. One fateful evening, the spiritual masters decided to hold a final confrontation, employing their most potent incantations and ancient rituals. In the dimly lit room, amidst the pungent aroma of burning sage and the harmonious chants of the masters, Sarah lay motionless on her bed. The air thickened, and the room became charged with an otherworldly presence. Shadows danced along the walls, elongating and morphing into grotesque shapes that seemed to defy nature's laws. Her family watched with bated breath as the spiritual masters invoked their powers, their eyes closed in concentration. Sarah's body twitched and writhed, her eyes rolling back into her head. The battle for her soul raged on in the spiritual realm, a war fought on an invisible plane. The masters struggled against the young entity's tenacious grip, bargaining and pleading for its departure. And then, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if the universe itself held its breath. Sarah awoke, her family gathered around her. She felt a sense of release, a burden lifted from her fragile shoulders. Her mother recounted the spiritual master's words, revealing that the old entity had been their ancestor, a tormented soul seeking solace in their presence. It harbored no ill intentions towards Sarah, but merely yearned for resolution. The spiritual master had managed to persuade the old spirit to depart, vowing to care for the young entity. Through a series of negotiations, the young spirit revealed its unfinished desire to visit the local supermarket. Once fulfilled, it would relinquish its hold on Sarah's body. Thus, they found themselves in the supermarket, Sarah propelled by an inexplicable force. Her eyes fixated on the beverage aisle, where she grabbed multiple bottles of cola. In a frenzy, she tore off the caps, the fizzy liquid cascading down her throat, mixing with her tears and mucus. The sight was both surreal and grotesque, an embodiment of her inner turmoil. Exhausted and drained, Sarah succumbed to an uneasy slumber, only to awaken in her own bed, her strength slowly returning. Today, Sarah lives a relatively normal life, plagued by the haunting memories of that dreadful possession. The scars run deep, her aversion to church is a constant reminder of the evil that once consumed her. And so, my friends, beware the shadows that lurk in the darkest corners of our souls, for they hold secrets beyond our comprehension. In the realm of the supernatural, not everything can be explained, and the line between reality and nightmares remains forever blurred. Horror story: The Terrifying Curse of the Haunted Umbrella. This eerie tale was whispered to me, a chilling account of an unfortunate soul named Jack. In a remote, desolate town, Jack stood out as the first college-bound student, a piece of news that reverberated through the hushed whispers of locals. Little did he know that a bizarre and otherworldly encounter awaited him. It was the summer after his high-stakes exams, and the sweltering heat of the season pushed him to seek refuge at the shady internet cafe in the neighboring town. Without internet access in his village, Jack planned to embark on an early morning bicycle ride to reach the infamous Black Web Cafe. The journey to the town, a grueling 3-hour ride through treacherous mountain paths, necessitated careful preparation. Equipped with necessary documents, sustenance, and a casual farewell to his unsuspecting parents, Jack retired to his room, oblivious to the haunting horrors about to unfold. As the dawn tiptoed across the horizon, Jack arose from his fitful slumber and set out on his fateful expedition. He pedaled along the winding mountain roads, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze against his face. The anticipation of entering a new phase of life surged through him, propelling him to greater speeds, as if the very air crackled with a malevolent energy. But as he veered off the mountain paths and onto the main road, an encroaching darkness tainted the sky above. Jack halted his bike and gazed upward, his heart quickening as he beheld a brewing storm. Muttering to himself, "How peculiar. The weather was fine when I departed. Why does it now resemble a sinister shroud foretelling a deluge? Alas, I neglected to bring an umbrella. It seems I shall be drenched to the bone." Just as he contemplated braving the rain, a distant thunderclap reverberated through the atmosphere, and raindrops began their slow descent. In the blink of an eye, the raindrops transformed into torrential downpours, as if nature itself conspired against him. Jack pedaled furiously, his determination to outrun the escalating tempest growing with each passing moment. It was during this deluge that a peculiar sight caught his attention. A crimson umbrella nestled amidst the tangled undergrowth at the roadside. A surge of elation coursed through him, and he veered to a halt, snatching up the forsaken object. The umbrella, shorter and slimmer than its conventional counterparts, bore an air of enigmatic allure. Hanging from its handle was a red envelope, concealing a mysterious secret. Eagerly, he tore it open, revealing a $5 bill and a folded triangular talisman crafted from weathered yellow paper. Unease washed over him, whispering doubts that chilled his very soul. How peculiar indeed, he mused. This umbrella resembles those wielded during wedding processions. But how came it to be discarded along this forsaken road? A sharp gust of wind interrupted his contemplation, leaving him no choice but to stow the red envelope in his pocket, unfurl the crimson canopy, and press onward. The umbrella, when fully opened, provided modest shelter from the relentless downpour. Yet, its spindly frame struggled under the weight of the deluge, tilting and buckling against the tempestuous onslaught. With one hand clutching the umbrella and the other steering his bike, Jack forged ahead, his senses heightened by the supernatural atmosphere. And then, like an ethereal breath, a disembodied female voice whispered softly in his ear. "I'm with you." The words lingered, their spectral resonance mimicking the hushed cadence of an intimate secret. Jack's bewildered gaze darted about, searching for the source of the voice, but the desolate road stretched before him, devoid of any company. A peculiar chill crept up his spine, for the voice persisted, whispering once more, "I'm with you." Startled and disconcerted, Jack relinquished his grasp on the umbrella, raising his eyes to the sky. Raindrops pelted him relentlessly, their monotonous percussion melding with the haunting voice that seemed to follow his every move. His surroundings became an enigmatic maze of shadows and obscured figures, hinting at hidden terrors lurking just beyond his perception. In a sudden, unnerving revelation, two beams of yellow light pierced through the murkiness, accompanied by the jarring screech of tires skidding against wet asphalt. The world around him blurred into a chaotic blur as a bus careened towards him, smashing into his vulnerable form, sending him spiraling through the air. The crimson umbrella descended slowly, landing innocently beside him, a mute witness to the horrors that had transpired. And through the haze of pain and confusion, the voice persisted, echoing through his shattered consciousness. "I'm with you." When Jack awoke, 2 agonizing weeks had slipped through his fractured reality. The missed college application forced him to face another year of academic torment, an unintended sabbatical entwined with lingering fear. The memory of the ethereal voice still plagued him, and so he divulged the unsettling incident to his parents, who listened with a mixture of concern and trepidation. His father, ever the harbinger of dark tales, responded, "As I suspected, you've crossed paths with a vengeful spirit bride. That umbrella, my son, was a prop in a sinister wedding ceremony. Let me tell you about spirit marriages, for they are no mere superstition. When a young woman dies tragically before her nuptials, her family arranges a spirit marriage, adorning her dowry with her birth date, her fate foretold, and a sum of money. This dowry is discarded along the roadside, waiting to be claimed by the groom's family, who seek to unite with a spirit bride. Alas, my son, you, a living being, took what was not rightfully yours, awakening the wrath of the otherworldly. That's why misfortune befell you. At the hospital, I observed the red umbrella and the red envelope in your possession, and I deduced the truth. So, I enlisted the aid of an expert to return those items, to save you from a fate worse than death, an eternity as a spirit groom." Jack's unease deepened, torn between his materialistic skepticism and the undeniable truth that unfolded before him. After his release from the hospital, he accompanied his parents to the site where he discovered the umbrella. 3 sticks of incense burned, their ethereal tendrils mingling with the heavy atmosphere, as they offered their apologies and sought closure. And so, the chapter closed, leaving behind a profound impact. A year later, Jack surpassed all expectations, scoring an impressive entrance to a renowned state university, etching his name as the town's first college-bound student. The tale of the haunting umbrella continues to echo through the dark recesses of the human psyche, a cautionary reminder of the supernatural perils that lurk just beyond the realm of comprehension.
The Hollow Brook House, a tale of ghostly dread. It was around 2009 when our son was just over a year old. Financially strapped, we had no choice but to live with my parents until we could afford our own place. In April, as our parents' old house was being demolished due to redevelopment, we rented a 3-bedroom house near Hollowbrook Street. The rental property was a series of aging buildings that had served as dormitories for a factory long ago, their history stretching back 3 or 4 decades. The exterior was weathered and worn, but it was spacious enough, and the rent was affordable. We settled in without any initial concerns and continued with our uneventful lives. A few months passed, and it coincided with the annual Halloween break. My parents went to visit my uncle out of town, and my wife took our child to her parents' house. Since I couldn't take time off from work, I found myself alone in the house that night. After a haphazard dinner, I sat down in front of the bedroom computer, immersing myself in a late-night gaming session. I was a hardcore gaming enthusiast, often staying up until the early hours of the morning. As midnight approached, the world outside grew eerily quiet, and I decided it was time to finish the level and get some sleep. Just as I was about to shut down the computer, I heard a faint sound coming from the living room. Assuming it was my family returning, I opened the bedroom door and peered out. Illuminated by the soft glow of the bedroom light, I caught a glimpse of an elderly man in the living room, pouring water from our kettle into a large white teapot. His hair was silver, and he wore an old military-style jacket, the kind often seen on elderly men in our region, a relic from their past. He was facing away from me, pouring the water slowly. I knew it couldn't be a living person. I distinctly remembered locking the front door when I arrived home from work. Without a key, no one could have entered. Fear gripped me, and a chilling sensation crept from the back of my head, causing every pore to tingle. My mind went blank, except for one vague memory, the advice I had heard about ghosts being repelled by aggression. They say the more you curse and confront them, the more frightened they become. The extreme terror transformed into anger. And in that moment, I felt an immense injustice. We were a good-hearted family, never causing harm to anyone. Why would a ghost come to frighten and torment us? In a burst of fury, I unleashed a torrent of expletives, each word flowing seamlessly, as tears streamed down my face. Looking back, I couldn't recall the exact words I uttered, only the intense satisfaction and fluency with which I unleashed my rage. I must have cursed for several minutes without repetition. When I finally snapped out of it, I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed, my shirt soaked with tears. Straining my ears, the living room was now eerily silent. I stood up, cautiously walked to the door, and opened it. The living room appeared just as it always did, empty and devoid of both people and spirits. I hurried back to the bedroom, got dressed, left the house, and sought refuge at my friend's place. I pounded on his door, desperate to spend the night in the safety of another's presence. The next day, when I returned home from work, my parents had also come back. I took my dad aside, and in a hushed voice, recounted the events of the previous night. He sat there, his brows furrowed, taking deep puffs from his cigarette. I asked him what we should do. After a moment of consideration, he stubbed out his cigarette and said, "It's probably nothing. The old ghost doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Our family of 5 is doing just fine. We'll be relocated to our new house in less than half a year. Finding another place would only be more trouble. Let's just stay here for now and see what happens." I didn't have any better ideas, and I was afraid of alarming my wife and mother with the story. "Don't tell your mom and your wife. I don't want them to be frightened," my dad said firmly. "Don't worry, if it acts up again, I'll figure something out." I agreed to his decision, accepting that it was the best we could do for the time being. However, I couldn't help but wonder about the identity of that old ghost. Hastily finishing dinner, I ventured outside the house. As luck would have it, I saw Mrs. Johnson, our neighbor, and Mrs. Thompson sitting by the garden, engaged in conversation. I greeted them and joined their gathering, leaning in and asking Mrs. Johnson, who was known for her helpful nature, "Mrs. Johnson, do you know how many families have lived in this house before us?" Their faces changed subtly upon hearing my question, and Mrs. Johnson hesitated before answering. "Well, I think there have been 3 or 4 families before you, but none of them stayed for long." Curiosity piqued, I inquired further. "Why did they leave? What's wrong with this house?" Her voice lowered, filled with a hint of fear, as she whispered, "Those previous tenants claimed there was something wrong with the house, something unsettling. "But please don't tell the landlord I said anything." Half jokingly, I remarked, "Don't worry, I know. There's an old man wearing a green military jacket. I've seen him." As soon as the words left my mouth, both women froze, staring at me with wide-eyed astonishment. "It's nothing to worry about. My family isn't afraid," I reassured them. "Just tell me the whole story. Who is that old man?" Mrs. Thompson chimed in. "He was the landlord's late father. The landlord, John, and his family don't live here. It's just that old man living alone in the house. He had a bad temper, and John and his father never got along. They barely visited once a month. The old man was in good health, even at his age, but 2 years ago, he passed away unexpectedly. They found his body after he had been dead for 2 weeks. After the funeral, John decided to rent out the house. But the previous tenants, they all left after a few days, complaining of strange occurrences. You're the only ones who have stayed here this long." I thanked them for the information and returned home to share the story with my dad. He remained unfazed, insisting it was nothing to worry about. I don't know why, but since that night I unleashed my anger. I never encountered any further disturbances in the middle of the night until we moved out the following year. Recently, as I passed by the old buildings, they were gone, replaced by a row of new houses. And that chilling episode became a secret shared only between my dad and me, hidden from my mom and wife. Whispering Waters, a tale of bloodstains and malevolence. Listen up, folks, and gather round. I got a bone-chilling tale to send shivers down your spine. Brace yourselves for bloodstains in the dark. It was a summer's eve in the small, eerie town of Quinceville, a place where nightmares mingled with reality, and the line between the living and the dead grew thin. Our story begins with a young lad, Jimmy, on a visit to his grandmother's house. Little did he know that his innocent adventure would unleash a string of horrifying events. In the late 90s, Jimmy found himself in the company of his mischievous playmates at his grandmother's sprawling estate. The compound, known as the Johnson Manor, housed dozens of families bearing the same name. But little did they suspect the dark secret that lay within those walls. One fateful morning, a dense fog blanketed the land, amplifying the air of mystery. Jimmy, brimming with youthful excitement, set off to join his friend, Tommy, and his trusty canine companion. As they approached the desolate reservoir on the outskirts of town, the fog grew thicker, enveloping them in an otherworldly embrace. Suddenly, as if guided by an invisible hand, the dog lunged into the mist, disappearing without a trace. Tommy, desperate to find his loyal companion, instructed Jimmy to wait on a weathered rock while he ventured into the unknown. Alone and vulnerable, Jimmy's senses heightened, his pulse quickened. Then it began. A disembodied voice whispered his name from behind, a voice that sent a shiver crawling up his spine, like icy fingers tracing his flesh. Uncertain of its origin, he hesitated, refusing to answer the beckoning call. But the persistent voice grew louder, more insistent, echoing through his very soul. With a surge of adrenaline, Jimmy fled towards the nearest house, his heart pounding against his chest. Minutes felt like an eternity until Tommy reappeared, clutching the lost dog. Confused and bewildered, Tommy expressed his bewilderment at Jimmy's sudden disappearance. But the incident remained a distant memory for the young and naive, buried beneath the thrill of childhood games. As the sun reached its zenith, Jimmy and his friends decided to cool off in the murky depths of the reservoir. Laughter filled the air as they submerged themselves in the water's embrace. Yet beneath the surface, a sinister presence lurked, eager to claim its next victim. In the shallows, Jimmy's feet made contact with something slimy and unsettling, a grotesque sensation that sent chills through his body, like an unseen creature writhing beneath his toes. Alarmed, he scrambled out of the water, refusing to continue his aquatic play. Gasps of concern surrounded him as his playmates inquired about the cause of his distress. Jimmy recounted the underwater encounter, leaving them unsettled and fearful. That night, as the moon cast an eerie glow over the town, Jimmy sat beside his grandmother, engrossed in the glow of the television. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, a call from his cousin, beckoning him to join in nocturnal mischief. Jimmy peered through the window, only to find darkness stretching far and wide, swallowing the countryside. He questioned his grandmother, who claimed she heard nothing, denying him permission to venture outside. But fate had a different plan. As the night wore on, Jimmy's grandmother sensed a malevolence lurking within their midst. Determined to protect her grandson from the clutches of darkness, she sought the aid of a local mystic, an ancient crone known as Madame Zora. Whispers of her powers spread like wildfire, and her knowledge of the spirit world was renowned. Madame Zora arrived at the Johnson Manor, her presence palpable, a harbinger of supernatural insight. Sensing an unholy entity at work, she crafted a protective talisman for Jimmy's room, sealing the door against the nefarious forces that roamed the night. A mysterious liquid was presented to Jimmy, an elixir said to ward off evil spirits. And so, his grandmother set aflame a pyre of paper money on the reservoir's dam, sending prayers to the heavens. The following night, tranquility descended upon the Johnson Manor. Jimmy slept soundly beside his grandmother, blissfully unaware of the spectral forces that had plagued him. Suddenly, in the witching hour, he jolted upright, tears streaming down his face. He wailed, his voice filled with dread, uttering the words, "Mother, I must go." His grandmother rocked him fervently, her hand striking his face to snap him from the nightmarish grip. Just as swiftly as it had come, the terror subsided, and Jimmy slipped back into a peaceful slumber. With the rising sun, hope washed over the household. A newfound understanding had taken root within them. The following morning, Jimmy's grandmother wasted no time seeking the wisdom of the town's esteemed seer, who confirmed their worst fears. A malevolent water spirit had set its sights on young Jimmy, desiring to drag him into the watery depths. Armed with the knowledge of the supernatural, they implemented the seer's guidance with unwavering determination. The protective talisman adorned Jimmy's bedroom door, shielding him from the ethereal forces that yearned for his soul. And so, he consumed the elixir, fortifying his spirit against the malevolence that awaited him. In a final act of defiance, they returned to the reservoir, where offerings of smoldering paper money danced upon the wind, appeasing the vengeful spirits. And just like that, the haunting ceased, leaving Jimmy unburdened by the horrors that had tormented him. But as Jimmy grew older, he often wondered about that fateful summer, the inexplicable encounters that had scared his youth. To this day, he ponders the origins of that single drop of blood that stained his arm. Was it a manifestation of the malevolent water spirit, forever bound to Quinceville? Or perhaps an omen of something far more sinister, lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting its next victim? Remember, dear readers, the line between the living and the dead is perilously thin. Beneath the veneer of our ordinary world lies an abyss teeming with unexplained phenomena, waiting for those brave enough to peer into the darkness. So beware, for Quinceville holds secrets that the feeble of heart dare not uncover. Whispers in the Mortuary. A Dance with Shadows. It was a gloomy evening at the Willowbrook Mortuary in the small town of Ravenwood, nestled deep within the forests of Vermont. As the mortuary attendant, I was accustomed to the somber atmosphere and the hushed whispers that filled the hallways. One day, while going about my usual duties, a peculiar incident caught my attention. Olaf, the mortuary director, approached me with a perplexed expression on his face. "Listen, Ethan," he said, leaning closer. "Something strange has happened. Drawer number 14. which was supposed to be empty, has an unclaimed body. I raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. But you mentioned that the body of Sarah Evans had been collected by her next of kin. Are you sure it's her? Olaf nodded solemnly. That's what I thought too, but there seems to have been a mix-up. The body in drawer number 14 doesn't belong there. It's labeled as John Doe, but I have a feeling it's someone else. Intrigued, I followed Olaf to the morgue, the chilling air sending a shiver down my spine. We stood before the rows of metal drawers, their cold surfaces reflecting the dim light. Olaf reached for the handle, and we pulled open drawer number 14. My breath hitched as we read the tag on it. It was a simple white card with bold, black letters that read, Mary Johnson. My heart skipped a beat as a chill ran down my spine. How could this be? Olaf had clearly stated that Mary's body had been claimed by her relative. Yet, here it was, drawer number 14, supposedly empty but emitting an eerie smell of sulfur. Curiosity mingled with a sense of foreboding, and against my better judgment, I decided to investigate further. I grasped the handle of drawer number 14 and pulled it open, revealing its dark, icy interior. My hands trembled slightly as I peered inside. To my astonishment, there lay a body, wrapped in a plain white shroud. It was unmistakably Mary Johnson. Her pale, lifeless face wore an expression of serene calmness, as if she had found peace in death. But what baffled me was the fact that her body seemed untouched by decomposition. It looked as if she had just passed away moments ago, despite being in the morgue for 4 days. As I continued to observe, a faint whisper seemed to fill the room. It was a soft, melodic voice that echoed through the silence, barely audible yet strangely captivating. I strained to listen, and the voice grew clearer. "Release me," it murmured. "Set me free from this place of darkness and cold." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was Mary's spirit somehow trapped in her own lifeless body? Was it seeking liberation from the confines of the morgue? Fear and curiosity battled within me, but compassion ultimately won. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving Mary in this limbo, trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. Determined to help, I searched for any clues or instructions that might aid in releasing her spirit. In the corner of the drawer, tucked beneath her lifeless hand, I discovered a small, worn-out book. Its pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with handwritten text and peculiar symbols. As I carefully flipped through its contents, a passage caught my eye, describing a ritual for releasing trapped souls. The ritual involved lighting specific herbs and incense, chanting ancient words of invocation, and performing symbolic gestures. It seemed like a daunting task, but I was willing to try anything to bring peace to Mary's tormented soul. With the guidance of a local spiritualist, Lydia Jackson, I prepared for the ritual. We gathered the necessary ingredients, created a sacred space within the mortuary, and invoked the spirits of light and protection. The air was charged with an otherworldly energy as we began the ceremony. As we chanted the incantation, a soft breeze swept through the room, carrying the scent of roses. The temperature dropped, and a faint glow emanated from Mary's body. It was as if her spirit was awakening, responding to our call. After what felt like an eternity, the ritual reached its culmination. The room filled with a blinding light, and a gentle sigh escaped Mary's lips. Her body began to dissolve into a cascade of shimmering particles, fading into the ethereal realm. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment and awe. I had witnessed, firsthand, the power of the supernatural world and gained a profound understanding that life and death are not as separate as they may seem. And while the events at the mortuary had left an indelible mark on my soul, they had also ignited a passion within me to explore the mysteries that lie beyond our mortal realm. I left my job at the mortuary, embarking on a journey to uncover the secrets of the occult and help those caught between worlds find their peace. Lydia Jackson became my guide, her spirit forever etched in my memory, reminding me of the boundless possibilities that exist beyond the veil of our reality. Whispering Shadows. The Sinister Secrets of Grimhurst Manor. In the heart of rural America, nestled among the sprawling landscapes, lies Hollowbrook House, a once grand estate that now stands as a forsaken relic of a bygone era. Its shadowed halls echo with whispers of the past, as dark secrets and spectral apparitions roam its decaying chambers. Prepare to be immersed in a tale of ghostly dread, as the haunting presence of Hollowbrook House grits your soul and leaves you trembling with fear. As the story goes, Hollowbrook House was built on a land tainted by a tragic history. Legends speak of a vengeful spirit, trapped within its walls, forever yearning for redemption and retribution. Locals dare not venture near the house after dusk, for it is said that the dead awaken, seeking to ensnare the living in their spectral grip. Our narrative unfolds with a group of intrepid individuals drawn to the allure of the supernatural. They embark on a treacherous journey, their footsteps echoing through the overgrown path leading to Hollowbrook House. Each step they take feels heavier than the last, as an invisible force beckons them closer to their ultimate confrontation with the otherworldly. As the group ventures deeper into the crumbling mansion, the air thickens with an otherworldly chill, causing their breath to linger in front of them like an icy specter. Whispers of forgotten souls reverberate through the dilapidated corridors, their voices barely audible yet deeply unsettling. Shadows dance and twist, morphing into grotesque forms that haunt the periphery of their vision. In the heart of Hollowbrook House, they stumble upon a chamber steeped in darkness. A single candle flickers, casting eerie shadows on the worn wallpaper. The room seems frozen in time, preserving the residual energy of a tragic event that unfolded decades ago. The presence of the vengeful spirit becomes palpable, an invisible force that ensnares the group in its suffocating grip. One by one, they succumb to the relentless torment of the entity, their sanity unraveling like fragile threads. Whispers turn into anguished cries, and apparitions materialize before their terrified eyes. Desperate to escape the clutches of Hollowbrook House, they search for a way out, only to find the mansion's layout shifting and distorting, trapping them within its maze-like corridors. As the night wears on, the group teeters on the brink of madness, their minds teeming with horrifying visions. The line between the living and the dead blurs as the vengeful spirit inches closer to exacting its long-awaited revenge. Each creak of the floorboards, each gust of wind through broken windows, serves as a harbinger of their impending doom. Will anyone survive the relentless onslaught of terror within Hollowbrook House? Or will they become permanent residents of this spectral realm, forever trapped in the clutches of the vengeful spirit? Brace yourself for a bone-chilling tale of supernatural horror that will leave you questioning the boundaries between the living and the dead. The Hollowbrook House, a tale of ghostly dread, is a spine-tingling masterpiece that will grip your imagination and haunt your dreams. Dare you step into the world of Hollowbrook House, where the dead roam and the living tremble in fear. Prepare for an unforgettable journey into the heart of darkness. Terrifying story: The Haunting of Hall 12. I am an employee of the small-town funeral home in Oakwood County. It's a gloomy place, surrounded by 11 somber halls, each connected in groups of 3 for easy navigation. We call it the Morning Maze. When it's time to receive the departed, we make sure to open the doors and illuminate the path to the embalming room, which we dub the Eternal Restroom. It's located on the left side of Hall 1, separated by a dimly lit corridor. The layout of the halls follows a similar pattern, with a communal restroom tucked away inside, for the convenience of grieving families. Our line of work demands a 24-hour shift, and each hall is equipped with a calling device for distressed relatives to summon assistance or any other macabre need. In the duty room, we have an old-fashioned receiver that resembles a relic from the past, perched on a table. The screen displays the hall number, ensuring we can provide timely service. One lucky soul stays behind in the duty room to sleep while the rest of us catch some rest in the dormitory. It was the frigid winter of 2017 when the bizarre incident occurred, As an inexperienced intern, I was still grappling with the harsh reality of death. That night, sleep enveloped me like a sinister shroud. And when I awoke, my mind felt foggy, lost in a haze. It was the unearthly hour of 3 or 4 in the morning when I found myself alone in the duty room. Most of the grieving families were fast asleep, and I, too, felt trapped in a slumbering limbo. Suddenly, a jarring screech shattered the silence. The pager blared its haunting cry. Hall 12 was beckoning. Startled, I assumed it was Hall 2 calling, hastily threw on my coat, and ventured into the frigid night. A bone-chilling gust of wind greeted me as I stepped outside, raising doubts about what I had heard. Nonetheless, time was of the essence, and I pressed on, hastening toward Hall 2. As I arrived, I discovered only a few mourners sprawled across the tables, lost in the embrace of their dreams. Bound by the ethics of our service, I refrained from disturbing their slumber, assuming the caller had ventured to the restroom. I loitered near the entrance, lighting a cigarette as I patiently awaited their return. Minutes turned into an hour, and still, no one emerged. That's when I noticed an eerie glow emanating from the embalming room. We hadn't received any instructions to prepare for a new arrival, and leaving lights on would undoubtedly incur the wrath of our stern superiors. Muttering complaints about a careless colleague, I approached the room to investigate. Peering through the window, I was met with an unsettling sight. The dressing room light was the only one still aglow. My curiosity piqued. I wondered why the entrance lights were extinguished while this lone beacon persisted. So I tentatively opened the window of the dressing room, revealing a specter, a woman in her 30s, clad in a flowing white gown, her dark tresses cascading around her pallid face. She paced restlessly near the preparation table, her lips moving in an incoherent murmur, her countenance obscured by shadows. Politely, I inquired, "Excuse me, ma'am, which hall do you represent? This area is off-limits without proper authorization." Just as I entertained the thought of opening the door to set her free, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from behind me, jolting me from my reverie. "Son, ain't you an employee? It's late. Why aren't you sleeping? I couldn't help but notice you talking to yourself here. It's mighty peculiar." Bewildered, I replied, "No, sir. I saw a woman inside. I was about to open the door and let her out. Otherwise, we'll be held accountable." To my astonishment, the man's expression contorted into an odd mixture of confusion and disbelief. He inquired about what I was talking about, insisting there was nothing inside, and the lights were undeniably off. In that moment, we stood side by side, staring at the same spot. I witnessed a room bathed in light, a woman haunting its depths, while he perceived nothing but an abyss of darkness. As I pondered this eerie phenomenon, the woman vanished before my eyes, and the lights dimmed once more. A surge of primal fear coursed through my veins, causing my hair to stand on end. Hastily, I explained to the family members that it was a mere bout of confusion, likely induced by drowsiness, before scurrying back to the duty room. I stole a glance at the pager, and the sight paralyzed me with terror. Collapsing onto the floor, I mustered the strength to stumble into the security office, sharing my harrowing encounter with the baffled guards. They greeted my tale with skepticism, but upon inspecting the pager, their eyes widened in dread. It indisputably displayed the number 12. Meanwhile, a notification chimed on our work group chat, announcing an impending pickup from St. Mary's Hospital. Without delay, I joined a senior colleague and our driver, embarking on this disquieting errand. However, when I laid eyes upon the deceased, my world crumbled. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the apparition I had witnessed in the embalming room. Identical clothing, hair color, and hairstyle. The others found my reaction perplexing, but my colleague intervened, offering a feeble excuse of a slippery mishap. Once we placed the departed soul in the vehicle, he leaned in, whispering, "What in the devil's name happened earlier? We've encountered all sorts in our line of work, yet I've never seen you so shaken." Reluctantly, I recounted every chilling detail, but he dismissed it as a mere ghost story, laughing it off. In the aftermath, I gradually distanced myself from the funeral home, leaving the profession behind. I saved up enough money to open a quaint flower shop, yearning for a future devoid of such sinister encounters. May the fates conspire to keep me far from the clutches of the unknown. The Haunting Secrets of Studio 12. Unveiling Tales of Terror. I was a senior student from Pineville, a small town in rural America. In pursuit of my artistic aspirations, I decided to spend a year studying fine arts in a renowned studio located in a quaint town called Lansdale. Little did I know that this artistic journey would lead me to uncover the haunting secrets hidden within those hallowed studio walls. It was April 19th when I first arrived, and rumors whispered among the students about the studio's mysterious past. The studio complex comprised two buildings, a northern and a southern dormitory. The southern building, once reserved for female students, held a chilling tale. In room 501, a young woman, burdened by the intense pressure of her artistic pursuits, tragically succumbed to the darkness within and leaked to her demise. As time passed, other unsettling incidents unfolded, but the school swiftly swept them under the rug, citing vacations and emptying the premises. Being a group of students from different corners of America, we remained oblivious to the true nature of those events. However, local residents murmured tales of religious rituals conducted by the school during our breaks. Upon our return, we were greeted by an eerie sight, a quartet of crimson cloths, bearing enigmatic symbols, plastered on the southeast corner of the school. It was said that these symbols held the power to ward off malevolence. In the following year, the once dreaded building was converted into a dormitory for male students. Rumors swirled that the masculine energy emanating from these young souls rendered them safer from the unseen forces at play. Room 501 stood desolate, abandoned, serving only as a storage space for oil paintings and sundry items. Yet, I couldn't help but suspect that it concealed something more sinister, something that tethered the vile residue of the past. From that point on, the faculty chose to remain silent, veiling the secrets that lay dormant within those walls. However, an unsettling obsession soon emerged among the faculty, a penchant for prayer beads. Some clung to their worn-out beads, while others acquired new ones, intricately crafted and exorbitantly priced. The enigmatic Tibetan students revealed that these beads possessed the power to repel dark forces. Then, one fateful evening during a dimly lit sketching session, chaos erupted from the adjacent classroom. I rose from my seat, drawn to the pandemonium, only to witness a male classmate's hands clutching at his own throat as he gasped for breath. Classmates rushed to his aid, while the teacher, panic-stricken, dialed for an ambulance to whisk him away. Alas, our efforts were in vain, and the school attributed the tragedy to the students' chronic exhaustion. As a result, they adjusted the class schedule, concluding all activities before the stroke of 11. However, we couldn't help but question the coincidence. Was it not said that the midnight hour was when the gates to the supernatural swung open wide? It was no mere happenstance that the incident transpired immediately after 11. From that point forward, a haunting symphony of inexplicable occurrences unraveled before our bewildered eyes. Portraits affixed to the walls, no matter how securely fastened, inexplicably tumbled down every night, while still-life paintings remained steadfastly in place. The surveillance cameras captured ethereal specters, their translucent forms floating aimlessly, yet the dormitory supervisors dismissed them as mere glitches caused by aging equipment and accumulated dust. Tales circulated of female students witnessing an apparition adorned in disheveled hair, dancing with abandon within the confines of the girls' dormitory. The female instructors, petrified, dared not venture near the building. Ultimately, the truth emerged, a case of two sleepwalking students. Numerous eerie incidents transpired, too numerous to recount, but eventually, they faded into the background, leaving us under the impression that the storm had passed. However, our relief was short-lived. One twilight evening, darkness enveloped the school, plunging it into an abyss of impenetrable shadows. Amidst the chaos, whispers of despair and faint cries echoed through the corridors. Suddenly, the lights returned, illuminating a scene of abject horror. A meticulously drawn sketch of a young woman lay shredded and torn. What made this artwork truly uncanny was the medium used, an unconventional blend of cottonwood material renowned for its fine, powdery texture. The subject of the portrait, originally depicted with a smiling visage, now bore smeared eyes resembling blood, while the torn edges traced a ghastly path across her neck. Adding to the macabre tableau, a crimson hairpin lay discarded on the floor, adjacent to the desecrated masterpiece. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an item that once belonged to the girl who had tragically ended her own life by jumping from the building. Coincidence? I think not. The power outage conveniently deprived us of any surveillance footage, leaving us bereft of answers. Alas, my tale concludes with my graduation and departure from that accursed institution. Nevertheless, I remain haunted by the disconcerting notion that the events that unfolded within those walls were not mere coincidences. A sinister force, beyond our comprehension, lingers within the confines of that legendary art school, perpetually unsettling and tormenting all those who dare to set foot upon its grounds. Horror story, Nightmare of Paralysis and the Haunting Whispers. As a kid, I spent countless nights at my cousin's place, indulging in endless playtime until darkness fell upon us. Our parents didn't mind, so I gladly stayed over, relishing the joyous freedom. Little did I know that those innocent nights would become the breeding ground for the terrors that awaited me. The first encounter with sleep paralysis came crashing into my life like a relentless storm. It happened at my cousin's house, where I innocently dozed off on the living room couch. The clock struck midnight, and suddenly I jolted awake, only to find my body imprisoned in an icy grip, unable to move or even scream. The eerie silence was pierced by the haunting sound of my aunt's voice reverberating through the room, though she was nowhere to be seen. Panic swelled within me as I fought desperately to break free, to make a single sound, but my voice was trapped, and my limbs rendered useless. Time lost all meaning in that suffocating darkness, and when release finally came, I plunged back into a restless slumber, haunted by the echoes of that otherworldly encounter. That bone-chilling experience shook me to my core, instilling a fear that held me captive, robbing me of the innocence I once possessed. Yet fate had more horrors in store. The second bout of paralysis struck within the confines of my own home. Exhausted from the strains of everyday life, I succumbed to weariness, nodding off while awaiting the comforting embrace of my parents' home-cooked meal. The hour grew late, and suddenly my eyes snapped open, greeted by a sinister stillness that engulfed me. I was once again a prisoner in my own flesh, my voice silenced, my body paralyzed. The sounds of bustling kitchen activity echoed around me, yet my presence was reduced to a helpless spectator. Perhaps familiarity with this spectral torment dulled my panic, for in that frozen moment, I chose to close my eyes, as if denying the ethereal entities the satisfaction of my terror. It was then, in the realm between sleep and wakefulness, that I encountered a presence, an apparition, a long-haired woman cloaked in ethereal white, reminiscent of my late mother, stood by the kitchen sink, amidst hanging towels. The resemblance was uncanny, yet I couldn't fathom how such a specter could manifest before me. Dread coiled around my heart as I sensed her approaching, drawing nearer with each labored step. In desperation, I sealed my eyes shut, a torrent of profanities raging within my mind. And so, we remained locked in that ghastly standoff until the veil of consciousness slipped away, consumed by the abyss of fear or the merciful embrace of sleep. The following night, I sought solace in a friend's company, divulging the unearthly horrors that plagued me. They offered kind words and the solace of spirits, yet as I returned home, trepidation clung to my every step. An undeniable sense of impending doom clung to the air, a cruel omen of things to come. Seated on the precipice of my bed, the hour well past midnight, I grappled with a nameless fear that clawed at my sanity. A cocktail of exhaustion and apprehension coursed through my veins, warping my senses. I was acutely aware of the encroaching darkness, silently lurking in the corners of my room. I can't recall if I switched off the lights, but as I opened my eyes, terror clutched my soul once more. Paralyzed yet again, I found myself staring into the abyss of my own room, shrouded in an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow all hope. And there, at the foot of my bed, I glimpsed the spectral silhouette of a young boy. His presence was undeniable, his form an inky blackness that seeped into my very being. His head hung low, obscuring his face, as if concealing some unfathomable horror. I fought back the tears, desperately pleading for release from this spectral grip. Miraculously, he remained motionless, preserving the boundary between life and death. Time lost all meaning as I teetered on the precipice of sanity, unsure if the minutes passed like fleeting seconds or stretched into eternities. Eventually, the invisible shackles relented, releasing me from their icy grip. But the memory of that macabre encounter etched itself upon my soul, branding me with an indelible mark. The twisted tapestry of my haunted existence continued to unravel, weaving more sinister threads into the fabric of my reality. Late one night, as the hour hand inched closer to midnight, a cacophony of juvenile laughter erupted from the upper reaches of my abode. The sound was unmistakable. Giggles and footfalls echoed through the air, persisting with an unsettling tenacity. At first, I dismissed it as an innocent prank, the product of restless children seeking amusement in the witching hour. But as the minutes bled into hours, the relentless torrent of sound gnawed at my sanity, stripping away the veneer of rationality. Determined to put an end to this ghostly symphony, I mustered my courage and ventured into the darkness. The staircase, devoid of light, offered no comfort or refuge. With each step, the darkness grew denser, my heart pounding in anticipation. Knocking on the door, I implored the woman within to silence her rambunctious children, their playfulness invading my solitude. A voice, filled with trepidation and uncertainty, drifted from behind the door, denying the existence of any child within. A shiver snaked down my spine. My mind plunged into the abyss of disbelief. I stumbled back down the stairs, haunted by the echoes of those phantom footfalls, the laughter now a haunting melody etched deep within my psyche. In the wake of these inexplicable events, my uncle reclaimed the house, forcing me to endure its sinister presence for a year. The weight of my fear grew unbearable, the shadows that danced upon the walls seemed to whisper secrets of unseen horrors. Yet fate smiled upon me, granting me a means of escape. With newfound savings, I secured a modest apartment, eager to sever the ties that bound me to that malevolent dwelling. Little did I know that my escape would be but a gateway to new terrors, as the studio apartment became a breeding ground for otherworldly forces. But those chilling tales shall remain untold for another time, where the words of horror can dance upon your senses once more. Horror Story: The Haunting of Hollow Creek. Gather round, my friends, as I weave a chilling tale that will send shivers down your spine. This story takes place in the heartland of America, in a small forgotten town known as Hollow Creek. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, this sleepy town held a dark secret buried deep within its history. It was a moonlit night, eerily quiet as the town settled into a peaceful slumber. But in a house on the outskirts of town, an unsuspecting family was about to experience a night they would never forget. The Johnsons, a typical American family, had recently moved into the old Victorian house that stood tall and imposing. Little did they know the darkness that lurked within its walls. As the clock struck midnight, strange sounds began to echo through the house. Whispers danced on the wind, brushing against the Johnsons' ears, as if beckoning them into the depths of the unknown. Mrs. Johnson, a skeptical woman with a rational mind, dismissed the sounds as mere creaks of an old house. But Mr. Johnson, a man open to the supernatural, sensed a malevolent presence lingering in the air. The night grew colder, and shadows seemed to writhe and twist in the corners of every room. The children, wide-eyed with fear, huddled together under their blankets, their hearts pounding in sync with the haunting whispers that filled the house. A bone-chilling breeze swept through the hallway, rattling the doors and windows, as if unseen hands sought entry. In the darkness, the family's pet dog, Max, growled at an invisible force, his hackles raised. The air became heavy with an otherworldly energy, and the family's skepticism began to crumble. Desperate for answers, they turned to the town's elderly librarian, known for her knowledge of local lore and hidden secrets. Ms. Adelaide, the enigmatic librarian, revealed the dark history of Hollow Creek. Long ago, a notorious gangster named Samuel "Scarface" Malone ruled the town with an iron fist. Legend had it that he had hidden a vast fortune within the walls of the very house the Johnsons now called home. But Scarface Malone's greed had cursed the house, trapping his tormented spirit within its confines. Armed with this knowledge, the Johnsons delved into the twisted history of their new abode. They uncovered old newspaper clippings and unearthed secrets that the town had long forgotten. Determined to free themselves from the malevolent grip of Scarface Malone, they embarked on a perilous journey to break the curse. Using clues from the past, they followed the trail of forgotten currency that Scarface had left behind. Each step brought them closer to the heart of the haunting, deeper into the web of terror that had plagued Hollow Creek for decades. They confronted restless spirits and encountered harrowing visions that threatened to consume their sanity. Finally, in a hidden chamber beneath the house, they discovered the source of Scarface's power, a hidden stash of blood-soaked bills, remnants of a violent era. The family, trembling with trepidation, set the cursed currency ablaze, releasing the trapped souls and breaking the shackles that bound Scarface Malone to the mortal realm. As the flames consumed the tainted money, the house trembled and groaned, as if sighing in relief. The darkness lifted, and the Johnsons felt a newfound peace settle upon their home. Scarface Malone's reign of terror had come to an end, and Hollow Creek could finally rest. But the Johnsons would forever carry the memories of that haunting night, a testament to the inexplicable terrors that lay hidden within the most ordinary places. And as for Hollow Creek, it would forever be known as a town touched by the supernatural, where whispers of its haunted past lingered in the minds of its residents, waiting to be shared on another moonlit night. So beware, dear friends, for in every town there lies a tale that will make your blood run cold. And who knows what secrets your own home may hold, lurking just beyond the veil of your perception, ready to reveal themselves when the darkness falls. Horror story: The Haunted Homestead. In a sleepy town tucked away in the heartland of America, there stood an ancient homestead within the faculty housing of a long-forgotten fourth-tier high school. This decrepit house was once the dwelling of my great-grandfather, a revered educator at the local institution. For nearly 18 years, I resided within its shadowed corridors, my emotions tethered to its decaying walls. Yet, it was also within those same walls that an unrelenting terror dwelled, manifesting itself in the most chilling of ways. Perhaps the haunting began with the eerie presence of my great-grandfather and great-grandmother's sepia-toned portraits that loomed, like specters, in the somber foyer. Let me recount two bone-chilling episodes experienced by my dear mother. When I was but a toddler of 1 or 2, one fateful afternoon, my mother cradled me to sleep in the confines of our room. As slumber enveloped her, a twisted dream seized her consciousness. In that ethereal realm, she found herself trapped in our room once more, her body turned sideways, facing the edge of the bed. Abruptly, a woman draped in a crimson, old-fashioned Chinese garb materialized before her, a macabre grin etched upon her pallid visage. My mother jolted awake, her heart pounding with primal fear, liberated from the clutches of that haunting nightmare. In the year 2008, the Grim Reaper laid claim to my great-grandfather's soul. In those sorrow-drenched days, my mother, burdened with the weight of work, often found solace in the safe confines of our ancestral home. It was during one such night, while engrossed in her work, that an ominous presence stirred the stillness of the air. The desk she sat at faced the threshold of my great-grandfather's former chamber, separated by a grand armoire that served as a feeble barrier. An evening when the rest of us were entangled in the affairs of the outside world, the hour crept past 9, leaving my mother the sole guardian of the eerie abode. Abruptly, the plastic bags hanging by my great-grandfather's chamber emitted a spectral rustling, as if ghostly fingers caressed their thin surfaces. Momentarily startled, my mother rose from her seat, her eyes scanning the room for any draft that might betray an open window. Finding none, she hesitantly resumed her seat, desperately trying to ward off the rising unease. But the enigmatic symphony of terror refused to be silenced. The plastic bags rustled once more, shattering the fragile tranquility. My mother, now gripped by a primal instinct, rose from her seat and embarked on a perilous investigation. As she ventured deeper into the abyss of the ancestral chamber, a chilling realization gripped her heart. The chair that had once cradled my great-grandfather's weary form emitted a haunting creak, a sound that could only be born from human intervention. Made of heavy redwood, it defied the whispers of a mere breeze. My mother, recounting this tale to me, expressed her gratitude for her youthful fortitude as she delved into the mysterious occurrence. An unshakable dread washed over her, triggering a sudden recollection that sent shivers cascading down her spine. Without hesitation, she retreated, seeking solace in the rituals of cleansing, abandoning her unfinished work to the unrelenting grip of the supernatural. But the haunting tales do not end there, for my grandfather's chapter holds its own darkness. Within the span of a month following my great-grandfather's passing, tragedy struck once more. My grandfather, victim to an inexplicable stroke, tumbled from the bed, his body crashing against the frigid floor. Curiously, our family had never been accustomed to the closure of bedroom doors during slumber. Yet on that fateful night, each door stood as an impenetrable barrier, sealing away secrets unknown. It was hours before my mother stumbled upon the fallen form of my grandfather, his once agile body crippled by the unholy alliance of fate and fear. The echoes of horror would not be silenced. On the eve of the last day of April in 2017, my grandfather once again succumbed to the grasp of darkness. The doors to our sleeping chambers, perpetually ajar, defied convention and remained firmly shut. Awakened by an unsettling murmur emanating from my grandfather's quarters, my mother, guided by a foreboding intuition, embarked on a harrowing journey. A grim tableau awaited her arrival. My grandfather's upper lip bore the haunting mark of a deep gash, a grotesque mimicry of a cleft lip. With urgency, we whisked my grandfather away to the sterile confines of the hospital, his body weakened by ailments that had plagued him for years. Kidney failure, hypertension, afflictions that spelled his demise. The final day of April in 2017 etched into my memory, for my grandmother, in a desperate search for answers, sought counsel with the temple's venerable abbot. The cryptic prophecy, uttered in hushed tones, warned of the perils of April and July, an omen that crystallized my transformation into a devout believer in the realms beyond our own. Horror story: The Ghostly Grasp at the Station Inn. This tale recounts a first-hand experience, a chilling incident that unfolded approximately 2 autumns ago in the depths of Saltville, a desolate American town. The stage was set at the local bus depot, where a sinister force awaited its unsuspecting victims. As I embarked on a journey bound for Seattle, I sought refuge at a humble inn nestled to the north of the station. The inn, known for its shabby but convenient accommodations, had beckoned me twice before. On the eve of my departure, my cousin dropped me off outside the weathered entrance of the inn, bidding me farewell before vanishing into the inky darkness. Within the inn's dimly lit foyer, the proprietor informed me that only one room remained vacant, a room concealed within the labyrinthine corridors of the ground floor. While whispers of ill fortune associated with the last room fluttered through the town, I dismissed them as mere superstition. With trepidation clawing at my nerves, I ventured into the room, its atmosphere charged with an otherworldly energy. Etched deep into my memory is the room's peculiar layout, a twin-bedded chamber adorned with curious objects. At its threshold, a lonely computer desk stood, bereft of its CPU. Adjacent to the desk, a mirror of grotesque proportions loomed, dwarfing the computer's meager screen. And directly opposite, the bathroom lurked, its presence unnerving. A sense of unease settled upon me, an indescribable discomfort that lingered. Night fell, and I prepared for slumber after performing my ablutions. Little did I know the nightmare that awaited me. Seated on the edge of the bed, I endeavored to secure a ticket for the following day's journey using my mobile device. Alas, the fates conspired against me, for the virtual realm revealed a cruel truth. Ticket sales had met their demise, leaving me to rely on the capricious mercy of the ticket vending machine on the morrow. The alarm stirred me from sleep's clutches, the room shrouded in shadows. Determined, I embarked on a fruitless pilgrimage through the ticket hall, where despair clung to the air like a malevolent specter. The coveted tickets eluded my grasp, compelling me to procure a passage for the ensuing dawn. With the transaction complete, the clock struck 5:30, and weariness claimed my senses. Unconsciously, I disregarded the bathroom door, allowing it to remain ajar as I surrendered to the embrace of slumber. Time blurred, slipping through the cracks of consciousness until I teetered on the precipice between dreams and reality. It was then that an enigmatic force seized me, a weighty presence pressing upon my vulnerable form. Panic constricted my chest, a frigid sweat trickling down my brow. Desperation spurred my attempts to flee, yet my limbs remained captive, frozen in a grotesque pantomime of paralysis. Though my senses remained keen, I was an observer in my own torment, unable to escape the gaze of the unseen entity. A vortex of emptiness engulfed my mind, leaving only the rhythmic chant of "Our Father, who art in heaven" as a feeble shield against the encroaching horror. Eventually, the veil of unconsciousness lifted, and my hands, freed from their ethereal shackles, regained sensation. Terrified, I hastily gathered my belongings, eager to sever the invisible ties that bound me to that accursed room. It was during my hurried preparations that I caught a glimpse of the partially open bathroom door, its depths concealing the sinister void. With trembling limbs, I hastened to complete my checkout, forgoing the proprietor's generous offer of an alternate room. There was no time for discussion, only an instinctual need to flee the haunting specter that dwelled within those walls. A disheveled mess, I dialed my family, relaying the harrowing encounter that had befallen me. Desperate for respite from the relentless dread, they suggested an ancient remedy, a whipping of the body with supple willow branches to cast out the lingering malevolence. Acting on their advice, I procured several branches from the opposite side of the station, casting caution to the wind as I lashed my own flesh in a desperate attempt to shake loose the shackles of fear. My heart raced as I endured the agonizing ritual, eagerly awaiting the arrival of noon, where my salvation awaited. Finally, my family arrived, rescuing me from the clutches of Saltville and terminating any plans of venturing to Seattle. Returning home, the jagged cracks etched upon the jade Buddha pendant hanging around my neck greeted me, a somber memento of my ordeal. A hasty search on the internet revealed that these fractures symbolized the pendant's sacrificial purpose, its function as a protector against malevolent forces. Since that fateful encounter, I have avoided the wretched inn, shunning its corridors and the last room within. And as for the jade Buddha pendant, it remains suspended around my neck, a talisman of remembrance and an emblem of the unseen horrors that forever haunt the shadows. Nightmare Chronicles: A terrifying encounter in a forgotten town. The chilling incident unfolded during the Christmas season of December 2008, casting its sinister shadow over a forgotten town in the heart of rural America. This bone-chilling tale can be divided into two haunting parts, each unveiling a nightmare that befell my roommate, Sarah, and myself. As I stepped foot into Sarah's house, a foreboding sense of unease gripped me tightly, as if unseen hands whispered warnings of impending doom. The frigid December air clawed at my skin, and I trudged through the wintry landscape, attending grueling winter courses to keep pace academically. The town seemed trapped in an eternal twilight, the clear sky tainted by an otherworldly haze that shrouded the empty streets, reminiscent of scenes from the most nightmarish horror films like The Haunting and Silent Hill. Every house and road appeared distorted, as if twisted by an otherworldly force, defying the laws of nature itself. It wasn't long before the house revealed its macabre secrets. Sarah, left alone during the day while I attended school, would regale me with tales of mysterious footsteps echoing through the empty house, as if the spirits of the deceased were clad in phantom slippers, treading through the veil of reality. I reassured her, attributing the strange occurrences to the holiday season's restless spirits and cautioning her to remain vigilant, especially as international students in an unfamiliar land. But the terrors were far from over. Sarah's closest friend, Emily, returned from her sojourn in China, and the two withdrew into their room, their whispered conversations carrying an air of foreboding. Seeking solace from the encroaching darkness, I invited our classmate, Lily, to join me, hoping her presence would ward off the encroaching sense of isolation. Sarah, however, grew increasingly reluctant to venture outside, her anxiety mounting. Both she and Emily developed a habit of staying awake until the unholy hours of the morning, their minds held captive by unseen horrors. On the fateful night of Lily's arrival, our conversations grew deeper, descending into the abyss of our fears. The clock struck 3, and a dissonant symphony of events unfolded. The corridor light flickered to life, its feeble glow casting long, ominous shadows. The sound of the front door lock being tampered with reverberated through the house, freezing our blood. Sensing an impending threat, a palpable malevolence that threatened to consume us, I summoned my dwindling courage and pushed open the door, exposing our fragile sanctuary to the unknown. And there, in that fleeting moment of suspended disbelief, I beheld a sight that would haunt my nightmares for eternity. A severed human head, its lifeless countenance pressed against the cold, unforgiving steps of the staircase. Strands of long, tangled hair obscured its face, save for a twisted nose that jutted sideways, defying the natural order. It lay there, abandoned and grotesque, as if dragged by some invisible force, its lifeless form bumping against each step with a sickening thud. But what horrified me the most was its unwavering gaze fixed upon the wall, refusing to acknowledge my presence. Lily, standing behind me, caught a glimpse of the abomination that defied reason, her eyes widening in terror as she observed my horrified expression. The words escaped her trembling lips, seeking solace in the reassurance of understanding. But how could I convey the unspeakable horrors that I had witnessed? Sometimes terror exceeds the limits of language, leaving only a void of despair. Finally regaining my composure, I slammed the door shut, the echoes of my screams reverberating throughout the house. Sarah and Emily emerged from their room, their ashen faces a reflection of the nightmare we had just confronted. The once familiar house now felt tainted, its walls whispering secrets of an unholy past. Fear, like a festering wound, gnawed at our souls, refusing to relent. We sought solace in the belief that salvation lay in the wisdom of the supernatural, placing desperate calls to the otherworldly realm of experts. Seeking refuge from the looming terror that encroached upon our sanity, we sought the guidance of Professor Johnson, a renowned paranormal investigator. His wrinkled face and piercing gaze hid a depth of knowledge accumulated from years of studying the inexplicable. With solemn conviction, he prescribed a cleansing ritual, a last-ditch effort to cast out the malevolent forces that plagued us. Together, we ventured into the dark recesses of the house, clutching bundles of sage, invoking forgotten incantations to banish the shadows. The air grew heavy with anticipation as we traversed the haunted hallways, our senses heightened by the supernatural. As the smoke from the burning sage rose, intertwining with our prayers, an eerie calm settled upon the house. The malevolence that once suffocated us retreated, swallowed by the ethereal smoke. The darkness relinquished its grip, and the veil between the living and the dead thinned, allowing a sliver of hope to pierce through the nightmarish abyss. We found solace in the newfound serenity, a fragile sanctuary amidst the encroaching chaos. In the aftermath of our harrowing ordeal, the grip of fear began to loosen its hold. Our nights became less haunted, our encounters with the supernatural dwindling in frequency. As the winter semester drew to a close, we bid farewell to our temporary residence, leaving behind the ghosts of our past. The specters that once tormented us now served as a reminder of our resilience, an emblem of the darkness we had conquered. Through that spine-chilling journey, bonds were forged that transcended the realm of the living. Lily, Sarah, and I became inseparable, our shared trauma weaving a tapestry of friendship that would endure the test of time. We emerged from the depths of that haunting experience, forever changed, our perspectives altered by the chilling touch of the unknown. Looking back, I now realize that ghosts aren't merely figments of our imagination. They exist in forms that mirror our deepest fears. They emerge from the shadows, revealing their ghastly visages, reminding us that the veil between the living and the dead is thinner than we dare to believe. And yet, as I stood face to face with the horrifying apparition that night, I discovered an unsettling truth. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. Ghosts may roam the ethereal plane, but it is our resilience, our defiance in the face of the unknown, that truly defines us. The nightmare may have left its indelible mark, but it also birthed a newfound strength within us. We ventured into the darkness, emerging with a flickering flame of courage that illuminated our path. As I closed the chapter on that haunting tale, I carried with me the knowledge that even amidst the darkest nights, a glimmer of hope can guide us through the abyss. For in the heart of fear lies the seed of courage, waiting to bloom amidst the chaos. The nightmare ended, but its echoes lingered, reminding us that sometimes it is within the depths of terror that we truly find ourselves. Horror Story: Whispering Shadows. In the forgotten town of Ravenwood, nestled deep within the eerie woods of Maine, there stood a housing complex that harbored a darkness far more insidious than its unsuspecting residents could ever imagine. Greenview Estates, with its rows of affordable homes and meticulously manicured lawns, held a sinister secret within its walls, a secret that would consume the lives of those who dared to uncover it. Within the heart of this seemingly idyllic community, a graveyard lay forgotten, its ancient tombstones weathered by time and neglect. The whispers of the restless dead permeated the night air, carried on the chilling winds that rustled through the branches of gnarled trees. The residents, oblivious to the malevolent forces that lurked in their midst, went about their daily lives, unaware of the shadows that danced just beyond their peripheral vision. Samuel, a troubled man with a penchant for the macabre, resided in a unit overlooking the desolate cemetery. His mind, haunted by an insatiable curiosity, was drawn to the mysteries that permeated the burial ground. Tales of vengeful spirits and ghostly apparitions had seeped into the very fabric of his existence, a constant reminder that the boundaries between the living and the dead were not as solid as they seemed. It was on a frigid winter solstice, when the moon cast an ethereal glow upon the cemetery's forgotten tombstones, that the veil between worlds grew thin. Unease settled upon the souls of the residents, a foreboding chill that crawled beneath their skin. The air itself felt heavy with a palpable sense of impending doom. Benjamin, Samuel's closest friend, was a man captivated by the enigmatic mysteries of the supernatural. He, too, felt the allure of the graveyard's secrets calling to him on that fateful night. Ignoring the warning whispers that echoed in his mind, he stepped into the elevator, clutching the solitary black candle in his trembling hand. As the doors closed, sealing him inside, a suffocating darkness enveloped him, its weight pressing down on his chest. The elevator descended, its creaking cables echoing the pulse of Benjamin's pounding heart. Yet it defied all logic, making unscheduled stops on every floor, as if beckoned by an unseen force. Each time the doors opened, he caught fleeting glimpses of spectral figures, their ethereal forms drifting in and out of his vision. Their eyes, hollow and filled with longing, bore into his soul, as if searching for a connection to the world they had left behind. With each descent, a bone-chilling wind swept through the confined space, carrying with it the stench of decay and forgotten dreams. Benjamin's grip on the black candle tightened, its flickering flame offering him a feeble source of comfort against the encroaching darkness. Finally, the doors opened on his floor, revealing a figure shrouded in funeral garb, its presence suffused with an otherworldly aura. The phantom beckoned Benjamin with a skeletal hand, its voiceless plea resonating within the depths of his being. Fear and fascination waged war within him as he stood at the precipice of the unknown. In a moment of desperation, he thrust the candle forward, its feeble light casting grotesque shadows upon the ethereal figure. A tortured howl pierced the air, and with a surge of adrenaline, Benjamin fled from the elevator, the doors slamming shut behind him. News of Benjamin's encounter spread throughout Greenview Estates like wildfire, stoking the embers of fear within the hearts of its residents. Whispers of curses and malevolent spirits filled the hallways, suffusing the air with a tangible sense of dread. Desperate for answers, Samuel embarked on a treacherous journey to uncover the truth, to confront the darkness that plagued their once peaceful abode. As he delved deeper into the mysteries that shrouded Greenview Estates, Samuel unearthed a hidden history of tragic events and forgotten souls. The complex had been built upon a burial ground, disturbed and desecrated in the name of progress. The spirits, restless and vengeful, sought retribution for the desecration of their final resting place. With each revelation, Samuel's sanity teetered on the edge of madness, the line between reality and nightmare blurring into a chaotic tapestry of terror. The specters of the deceased followed his every move, their mournful whispers echoing through the corridors of his mind. He could no longer discern whether the horrors he witnessed were a figment of his imagination or a grim reality. In a final act of desperation, Samuel gathered the residents of Greenview Estates, their faces etched with a combination of fear and skepticism. He implored them to heed the warnings of the restless spirits, to recognize the folly of their ignorance. But his words fell upon deaf ears, drowned out by the cacophony of denial and disbelief. As night descended upon Greenview Estates, a tempestuous storm raged, unleashing a torrent of rain that washed away the facade of normalcy. The spirits, their anger stoked by the residents' defiance, rose from their ethereal slumber, their spectral forms engulfed in an otherworldly light. With a collective scream that shook the foundations of the complex, they exacted their revenge upon those who had trespassed upon their sacred ground. The once idyllic neighborhood was transformed into a nightmarish landscape, its streets now haunted by the tormented souls of the departed. The living and the dead collided in a battle for survival, their worlds intertwining in a maelstrom of horror and despair. The residents, trapped in a macabre dance of fate, fought desperately to escape the clutches of the vengeful spirits, their screams blending with the howling wind. In the aftermath of the harrowing ordeal, Greenview Estates stood as a haunting reminder of the consequences of disregarding the supernatural forces that lingered in the shadows. The survivors, forever scared by the horrors they had witnessed, abandoned the tainted community, leaving it to crumble beneath the weight of its malevolent past. Night Terrors. The Haunting of Little Aunt. My maternal grandparents and paternal grandparents were among the last batches of college students before the Cultural Revolution. Last year, my grandfather attended a high school class reunion in another city and brought back a high school classmate. According to seniority, I should address him as Grandpa Smith. The story I'm about to tell is the one Grandpa Smith shared with us at the dinner table. It all started when my grandfather teased him, saying that Grandpa Smith wasn't a good student in the first 2 years of high school, but his academic performance suddenly improved in his final year, and he even managed to obtain a university degree. In those days, being a university student was highly valued, and it was rare for a village or town to produce one. Grandpa Smith was probably a little drunk at the time and showed us a pendant hanging from his neck. I didn't pay much attention to it, but it seemed to be a jade necklace or something similar. Grandpa Smith said that after graduating from junior high school, he went to high school, which was quite far from his home. There was a large empty space in between, and it took him 1 or 2 hours to walk there. Initially, he didn't have any intention of going to university and planned to finish high school and be done with it. So, during his first year of high school, he often skipped classes, and it was common for him to be absent for several days. My grandfather laughed at him, saying that they rarely saw him during that time, and he almost forgot there was a student like him in their class. In theory, with Grandpa Smith's attitude toward studying, he had almost no chance of going to university. However, a change occurred in his second year of high school. One day, he didn't skip classes and went to school on time. After evening self-study, it was already midnight when he walked along the way home. There was no one around him, but suddenly, he felt an inexplicable palpitation, followed by a feeling that someone or something was following him. He was frightened because, although people didn't dare to say it out loud, there was still some superstition in their hearts during that era. He mustered up the courage and didn't dare to look back. He ran frantically for a while, until he suddenly saw a girl up ahead, who seemed to be around the same age as him. The girl glanced at him, then stopped as if intentionally waiting for him. He said that after seeing this girl, he didn't feel as scared anymore. He no longer had the feeling of being chased by someone from behind. The girl gave him a sense of peace, and at that time, he didn't think much about it. Perhaps because the girl looked quite decent and gentle, he didn't feel anything strange. So he approached her and asked, "What are you doing here so late at night?" He said that when he saw the girl, he wasn't as scared as before, and he didn't have the feeling of being chased. The girl gave him a sense of comfort. He didn't think too much about it because the girl looked fairly normal, quiet, and he didn't feel that anything was amiss, so he dared to strike up a conversation. I think he was scared and finally saw someone up ahead. The girl glanced at him and scolded him with a displeased tone, saying, "You have no respect. Call me Little Aunt." At that moment, he became interested and intentionally called her Little Aunt a few times in a teasing manner. After he finished calling her that, the girl seemed quite pleased. From then on, they walked together and chatted while walking. They walked together for a while, and the girl introduced herself as Little Aunt. Grandpa Smith found her behavior and speech peculiar but intriguing. As they conversed, he discovered that Little Aunt had a vast knowledge of various topics, ranging from history to literature to philosophy. Her insights were profound and beyond her apparent age. Days turned into weeks, and Grandpa Smith and Little Aunt developed a close friendship. They would meet after school, and she would guide him in his studies. Grandpa Smith's academic performance improved significantly under her guidance. He went from being an average student to one of the top performers in his class. Rumors began to circulate among their classmates about Grandpa Smith's sudden transformation. Some speculated that he had found a private tutor, while others believed he had made a deal with supernatural beings. Grandpa Smith dismissed these rumors, knowing that it was all due to his encounters with Little Aunt. One day, Grandpa Smith mustered the courage to ask Little Aunt about her background and how she possessed such profound knowledge. She smiled mysteriously and replied, "Some secrets are best left untold, but remember, knowledge is a powerful tool, and wisdom is a gift." Their friendship continued throughout their final year of high school, but as graduation approached, Little Aunt informed Grandpa Smith that their time together would soon come to an end. She explained that she had fulfilled her purpose of guiding him and helping him reach his potential. Grandpa Smith was saddened by the news, but understood that their paths were meant to diverge. On the day of their high school graduation, Grandpa Smith looked for Little Aunt to say goodbye properly, but she was nowhere to be found. He searched the entire school, but she had vanished without a trace. All that remained was the pendant she had given him, the jade necklace, which he treasured as a memento of their time together. Grandpa Smith went on to attend university, excelling in his studies and achieving academic success. However, he never forgot the influence of Little Aunt and the profound impact she had on his life. Years passed, and Grandpa Smith became a respected scholar and educator. He often shared his story with his students, emphasizing the importance of seizing opportunities, cherishing friendships, and embracing the power of knowledge. To this day, Grandpa Smith keeps the jade necklace close to his heart, a reminder of the extraordinary encounters and the enigmatic Little Aunt who changed the trajectory of his life. The story has been passed down through generations, serving as a chilling reminder that sometimes the most significant transformations come from unexpected sources. But deep in the recesses of his mind, Grandpa Smith can't help but wonder, was Little Aunt merely a guardian angel or something far more sinister lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim? Horror story: The Haunting of Hollow Oak. In the small town of Hollow Oak, Pennsylvania, a sinister legend loomed over its inhabitants like a specter in the night. They whispered of an ancient force known as the Spirit of Old Oak, a malevolent presence that held sway over life and death. Generations adhered to a tradition where an inverted pot was buried in a sacred location, surrounded by eerie tree branches. This unholy shrine, known as Old Oak, was believed to provide safe passage for departed souls, a shield against the darkness that lurked beyond. As the years passed and the relentless march of progress swept through the rural landscape, Hollow Oak found itself caught in the grip of change. The once tightly knit villages dispersed, making way for modernity. The lands were divided, and Old Oak, once nestled in the heart of each community, was displaced to the barren center of farmlands. No longer could the grieving families perform their ancestral ritual without trampling the very life they depended upon. In this new era, makeshift replicas of Old Oak were erected near funeral sites, a haphazard attempt to preserve the dwindling remnants of tradition. The true Old Oak, abandoned and forgotten, stood solitary and forsaken amidst the vast expanse of crops. It was here, adjacent to the dwelling of the beleaguered Grandma Edna, that the wicked saga of Hollow Oak would unfold. Grandma Edna, a stalwart matriarch, dwelled in a house that creaked with age, mirroring her weary bones. The original Old Oak, no longer revered, loomed just beyond her walls, a reminder of forgotten customs. Driven by a misguided belief that Old Oak's presence was inauspicious, Grandma Edna's son, the skeptical cousin David, took it upon himself to eradicate the relic of the past. With tools in hand, he uprooted the ancient shrine, unaware of the horror he would soon unleash. The repercussions were swift and merciless. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, an insidious malady wrapped its icy tendrils around Grandma Edna's frail form. The once vibrant woman withered before their eyes, the flickering flame of life dimming to a mere ember. Desperation gnawed at cousin David's soul, compelling him to seek medical intervention. Hospitals became their battleground as they fought an implacable foe, cancer, an adversary so relentless that it defied all conventional treatments. Time ticked away, each agonizing second punctuated by sorrow and anguish. The family's coffers drained as medical bills amassed, their hopes dashed against the jagged rocks of despair. They teetered on the precipice of resignation, certain that even the most renowned institutions held no respite for their beleaguered loved one. But fate, in its infinite cruelty, had not abandoned them entirely. Whispers from the community reached Cousin David's ears, murmurs of an alternative path to salvation. The local Christian church, its devout members shrouded in the mysteries of both faith and tradition, possessed an arcane knowledge that could hold the key to their deliverance. Uncertain but desperate, Cousin David extended a trembling hand, inviting the enigmatic representatives of the church into their fractured sanctuary. They arrived, cloaked in somber vestments, their eyes gleaming with an understanding that transcended the veil of mortality. As they explored the desolate chambers of Grandma Edna's dwelling, their solemn expressions betrayed a revelation. It was then, in a hushed tone fraught with ominous significance, that the Christian emissaries confronted Cousin David. The accusations hung in the air, like a noose waiting to tighten around his neck. They unveiled the dark truth that he had tried to bury, an act that defied the very essence of Hollow Oak's spirit. By toppling the ancient old oak, Cousin David had unleashed a torrent of wrath upon their family. The spirit, awakened from its dormant slumber, sought vengeance for the desecration of its sacred dwelling. A pall of dread settled upon their hearts as the weight of their transgressions bore down upon them. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope, a slender thread that could unravel the curse that ensnared them. The emissaries urged Cousin David and his kin to restore Old Oak, to beg forgiveness with unwavering sincerity. Redemption, they whispered, could be found through humble acts of contrition. With trembling hands and troubled souls, they embarked on a journey of restitution. The shattered remnants of Old Oak were reverently pieced together, a fragile semblance of its former glory. Their contrition poured forth like a desperate prayer, their remorse echoing through the lonely night. In the depths of their souls, they sought absolution, pleading for the malignant force to relent. But salvation seldom comes without sacrifice. Grandma Edna, clinging to life's fraying tapestry, sought solace in the embrace of a newfound faith. The pages of the Bible became her refuge, its verses a balm to her anguished spirit. She recited fervent prayers, beseeching the divine to intercede on her behalf. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The cancer that had consumed Grandma Edna, defying the finest medical minds, began to recede. Skepticism transformed into awe, their collective spirits wavering between disbelief and awestruck wonder. Against all odds, Grandma Edna, the embodiment of resilience, emerged victorious from the depths of her affliction. A testament to the unyielding human spirit, Grandma Edna lived to witness her 80th year, a testament to the power of redemption and the fragile balance between tradition and progress. Her days were spent imparting her extraordinary tale to the younger generation, a cautionary reminder of the perils that lay dormant within the annals of Hollow Oak. The haunting of Hollow Oak had etched itself indelibly into their souls. The spirit of Old Oak, forever vigilant, served as a testament to the ties that bind the living and the dead. And so, the townsfolk of Hollow Oak learned the painful lesson that some traditions, no matter how archaic or obscure, possess an enduring power that transcends time itself, a power that should never be trifled with or forsaken.
Horror story. The person in the TV. When I was in my freshman year of high school, smartphones were not as common as they are now. After finishing our homework during evening study hall, we would usually go home and do some reading or watch TV for entertainment. There was a TV in my bedroom, and this story is related to that TV. On that evening, the weather was cool, with a clear moon and scattered stars. After finishing evening study hall, I liked to lie halfway on my bed and watch TV. I was a curious and courageous girl, especially fond of watching programs like Scientific Discoveries and exploring ancient tombs. That night, The TV happened to be showing a program about exploration, which was my favorite. As I watched, I gradually drifted off to sleep. I don't know why, but I suddenly woke up while still half asleep. I checked my phone and it was only 2:30 in the morning. I was about to turn off the TV and go back to sleep when the TV screen suddenly went black, and a woman dressed in ancient wedding attire appeared on the TV. The background of the TV was pitch black, and the wedding attire was red. That woman just sat there in the TV staring at me, and I was so scared that I couldn't move. I quickly closed my eyes, afraid that the woman would realize that I could see her. Slowly, I felt that the woman was getting closer to me, and the oppressive feeling grew stronger. My limbs completely refused to obey me. I couldn't move or make any sound. It felt like she was right in front of me, as if I would see her pale face as soon as I opened my eyes. I don't know how long it lasted, but the oppressive feeling gradually disappeared. I slowly opened my eyes, and the TV returned to showing an image of 2 ants. I quickly rushed over and unplugged the TV, then crawled into bed with my head covered, keeping my eyes open, afraid that she would appear again, until I slowly couldn't hold on any longer, and fell asleep. The next day, my grandfather called me to wake up. I remembered what happened the night before and checked the TV's power supply. It was really unplugged. Thinking back to the thing I saw last night, unsure if it was a dream or reality, I broke out in a cold sweat. Afterward, maybe because I was brave, I didn't tell anyone in my family. But because I was scared, I stayed at school for 2 nights before returning home. After that, 2 more incidents happened, and I didn't know if these 3 events were related. It was another night after evening study hall. I was so tired that I fell asleep on my bed after taking a shower. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I faintly heard my grandma calling my nickname, Lila, Lila. At first, because I was so exhausted, I didn't respond to my grandma, but she kept calling, and it was making me increasingly annoyed. Suddenly, I, who had never gotten angry at my grandparents, became very angry and shouted, "What do you want?" Then there was no sound. Later I asked again, "What are you calling me for?" No one responded. By that time I was overcome by drowsiness, so I didn't continue asking and fell asleep again. The next morning, after waking up, I asked my grandma what important thing she was calling me about for so long last night. My grandma's face turned pale, and she asked me seriously if I had responded to her. I said I did, and told her that I shouted, "What do you want?" But there was no further response. My grandma cautioned me, saying that no one in our family would call me in the middle of the night, and no matter what, I should never respond again. Not even 2 days later, in the middle of the night again, I was awakened by the sound of pages being turned next to my ear. Someone was constantly flipping through my books, and it was getting faster and faster. I didn't dare to open my eyes and take a closer look. The pages kept turning for a long time, and I just endured without opening my eyes. Finally, as the sky began to brighten and the rooster crowed, the sound of flipping pages disappeared. After enduring the entire night, I finally fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I found that the glowing firefly jade bracelet on my wrist had cracked in half. I heard that jade has spiritual properties, and if it breaks, it means it has protected you from harm. Later, I also imagined what would have happened if I didn't have that jade bracelet last night. Before encountering these things, I didn't believe in such things, but I had watched horror movies, so I felt that something was not right. After getting up, I told my grandma about what had happened over the past few days. That night, my grandma insisted that I stay at school and not come home. When I returned home on the 3rd night, I found a mirror hanging outside my bedroom door. It seemed that my grandma had called someone who could see things to come and break the curse because I didn't encounter those things again afterward. Horror story. Night shift. It was a cold winter night when my father, John, arrived for his night shift at the old, abandoned Oakwood Hospital. Nestled on the outskirts of a small town in rural America, the hospital had long been abandoned due to mysterious and unsettling occurrences rumored to have taken place within its walls. John, a seasoned security guard, had heard the eerie tales whispered among his colleagues. However, he remained skeptical, dismissing them as nothing more than ghost stories to pass the time during their shifts. Little did he know that soon he would experience something that would shake his beliefs to the core. As John settled into his post, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The dimly lit corridors and the heavy silence that enveloped the building created an atmosphere of foreboding. However, he pushed his apprehension aside, reassuring himself that it was merely his imagination running wild. Hours passed without incident, and John began to relax, believing that his shift would be uneventful after all. But as the clock struck midnight, a chilling gust of wind swept through the building, extinguishing some of the flickering lights overhead. Goosebumps formed on John's arms, and a sense of impending doom settled in the air. Uneasy, John decided to make his rounds, checking the various wings and rooms to ensure all was secure. As he walked down the desolate corridors, a faint sound caught his attention, a soft creaking noise coming from one of the rooms nearby. He stopped in his tracks, his heart pounding in his chest. Approaching the room cautiously, John noticed that the door was slightly ajar. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized he had closed and locked it earlier. How could it have opened on its own? Curiosity mingled with growing fear, compelling John to investigate further. He gingerly pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black room. He reached for the light switch, but as he flicked it on, the bulb exploded, plunging the room back into darkness. A shiver ran down John's spine as he stood there, his senses on high alert. Suddenly, a whispering voice filled the room, barely audible, but sending chills down his spine. "Leave!" it hissed, the word echoing through the air. His instincts screaming at him to flee, John turned to leave, only to find the corridor outside enveloped in an eerie mist. The atmosphere grew heavy with an otherworldly presence, and a chill settled in the air that seemed to seep into his bones. As he stood frozen in fear, a figure emerged from the mist, slowly approaching him. It was a woman in a long black dress, her pale face shrouded in darkness. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and a haunting smile played upon her lips. John's breath caught in his throat as recognition dawned on him. It was the same woman from his recurring nightmares, the woman who had haunted his dreams for weeks. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized that the nightmares had become a horrifying reality. Summoning his courage, John managed to utter, "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman's ethereal voice filled the air, chilling John to the core. "This is my domain," she whispered. "Leave now, or suffer the consequences." The air grew thicker, suffocating John as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Without wasting another moment, he turned and ran, the woman's eerie laughter echoing in his ears. Panic gripped him as he sprinted through the mist-filled corridors, desperately searching for an exit. Finally, John burst through the main entrance, gasping for breath as he stumbled into the cool night air. He collapsed on the ground, his heart pounding, and his mind reeling from the encounter. From that night on, John's belief in the supernatural was forever changed. The encounter at Oakwood Hospital had shattered his perception of reality and left him questioning the existence of things beyond our understanding. Horror story. Possession. This is a story my college roommate shared with me about something that happened to her. At that time, both of us were studying in New York. Since our homes were not nearby, sometimes we stayed in the dorms during breaks. One holiday break, all the local students had gone home, leaving just the two of us in the dormitory. It was a boring and rainy day, so we were sitting in the dimly lit room, chatting about various spooky things we had heard or experienced. When I was younger, there was a time when I came back from playing outside and suddenly started running a high fever without any apparent reason. Initially, my family thought it was just a common illness, and they called a local doctor who prescribed several medications. Despite taking the medicine, the fever persisted, and I remained delirious for a whole day and night, murmuring incomprehensible words. My roommate then shared her own experience and paused, looking at me with a questioning look. Normally, when someone has a prolonged high fever, they would become drowsy and weak. It's not usual for them to have the energy to keep talking. Doesn't that seem strange to you? She glanced at me and continued. During that time, my family was extremely worried. When no one had any idea what was happening, my grandma suddenly remembered something. With a glimmer of hope and certainty in her eyes, she looked at my parents and said, "Hey, look at the child, running a fever and talking nonsense like this. Could it be that something unclean has attached itself to her?" My grandma recalled something she had heard from the elders in her hometown, bravely guessing and sharing her thoughts. It turns out that in my grandma's hometown, there was a belief passed down among the older generation. When a child or a weak person runs a prolonged fever and continuously talks nonsensically, it could be because someone in the village has recently passed away, and their spirit has possessed the person. In such cases, they would take a bowl from their home, place a chopstick or a raw egg in the center of the bowl, and then recite the name of the recently deceased person. After uttering the name, they would let go of the chopstick or egg. If it stayed upright, it indicated a connection to the named individual. After my grandma shared this information, my parents were both skeptical and hopeful. No one knew for sure if the customs passed down from the older generation were true or not. However, with the fear that my prolonged fever could potentially damage my brain, my parents had no choice but to try anything. My mom went to the kitchen and took out a bowl and a chopstick. She came into the room, crouched by my bedside, and called out the names of the people who had passed away in the neighboring village in the past few days. However, the chopstick never stayed upright when she called out the name of a person who had passed away half a month ago. My dad, who was watching with a doubtful expression, and my grandma, who was growing increasingly anxious, wondered what they should do next. My younger brother, who had been eavesdropping by the door, seemed to understand what was going on. He timidly interjected, "Sister, a couple of days ago, you went to the neighboring village to visit a friend, remember?" This sentence seemed to awaken my parents, reigniting a glimmer of hope among the family. My mom asked my grandma to quickly make a phone call to our relatives in the neighboring village to inquire about recent deaths. After waiting for a while, my grandma returned with a name and informed my mom. When my mom called out the name of a person who had passed away 3 days ago in the neighboring village, she let go of the chopstick. Everyone watched in astonishment as the chopstick wobbled for a moment, then miraculously stood upright in the bowl. It was as if everything happened just as my grandma had described. My roommate reached this point in her story and looked at me with a sense of pride. I didn't know how to respond, so I urged her to continue. And then, what happened next? Amidst the astonishment, the family didn't know what to do next. However, my grandma, with her wisdom and experience, quickly addressed the chopstick in the bowl, roughly pointing it in the southwest direction, and said, "We understand that you don't want to leave this place, but please don't trouble our child. She is still young, and since she's still here, please return to your family as soon as possible. Spend more time with them." After my grandma said these words, the chopstick, which had been standing upright in the center of the bowl, fell with a clang against the rim and tumbled to the ground. When everyone looked at me again, they noticed that I had stopped speaking incoherently. Although I still had a fever, after some time had passed, it gradually subsided without anyone noticing. Later on, I was completely fine. Seeing my roommate's face, which was filled with the pride of having experienced something extraordinary, I couldn't find the right words to say. On that day, she also told me that her younger brother had experienced a similar incident before, very much like her own story. However, instead of using a chopstick, they used an egg. They also tried the names of several people from the village. When they called out the name of a young person who had drowned in the river 2 days ago, the egg stood upright in the bowl. As for how they sent her brother's spirit away afterward, she couldn't recall the details. But it should be similar, I guess. Horror story, The Knock. The story takes place in the summer of 2013, during my first summer break in 8th grade. The events occurred on a particular day that remains vivid in my memory, July 15th according to the lunar calendar. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and the weather was unusually hot and uncomfortable, making me crave some snacks and drinks. I lived in a small rural town, and the nearest store was quite far away. Moreover, on this special day, all the shops had closed early, and the streets were deserted. Perhaps due to my youthful carelessness, I didn't think too much about it and decided to go out anyway. Before leaving, my grandmother cautioned me, "John, if someone calls your name, don't respond." I didn't pay much attention at the time and simply replied, "Okay." I walked alone on the dark and winding country road. After buying what I needed from the store, I put on my headphones, turned up the volume, and started making my way back while enjoying the music. I cranked up the volume to drown out the darkness and the eerie silence of the night. Lost in the rhythm and nodding my head to the beat, I suddenly heard someone calling my nickname, "John! John!" I had turned up my phone's volume to the maximum, so logically, I shouldn't have been able to hear anything else. At first I thought it was my imagination, but the voice continued to call out, faint yet persistent, making the stillness of the night unnerving. It was then that I remembered my grandmother's warning before I left. I tried to stay calm, quickened my pace, and did my best to ignore the terrifying voice as I headed home. As soon as I reached home, I promptly closed the door. My grandmother, concerned about my well-being, was waiting in the living room. I shared the incident with her, and she said with a lingering fear, "Thank goodness you didn't respond. Otherwise—" Before my grandmother could finish her sentence, my mother entered the room and interrupted, saying, "Mom, it's already the 21st century. Why do you still believe in such things? It's late now. You should go to bed." Prompted by my mother's slightly reproachful tone, my grandmother didn't say anything more and retreated to her room. My mother and grandmother never had a harmonious relationship, so I didn't pay much attention to their interaction. I shook my head and returned to my room to play with my phone. Time slipped away, and before I knew it, it was already past 11 o'clock. Realizing it was getting late, I quickly freshened up and went to bed. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, I inexplicably woke up. Usually I could sleep soundly until morning, undisturbed. At that moment, I heard what sounded like someone walking outside my room. Our house was situated near a road that led to the local factory. If there were people working the night shift there, they would have to pass by our house. Initially, I didn't pay much attention, but after 5 minutes, I could still hear the footsteps outside my door. Fear started to creep in, and a few minutes later, the haunting footsteps finally ceased. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, I suddenly heard someone knocking on my room door. The sound was neither fast nor slow, but in the silence of the night, it resonated loudly. The knocking seemed to possess an uncanny power, reaching deep into my heart, evoking an overwhelming sense of fear. My heart began to pound in sync with the rhythmic knocking. Horror story: The Power of the Sea. Old Mr. Johnson lived at the foot of a large mountain, near the outskirts of a remote corner of the village. He had lost his wife in his early years, and had never remarried. With no children of his own, he made a living by collecting and selling herbs. He didn't interact much with the villagers, and had been living a solitary life for many years. The only companion he had was a yellow dog named Buddy, whom he had found on a winter night 10 years ago, and brought home. Buddy was just a small puppy back then, and Mr. Johnson discovered him on his way back home after collecting herbs. It was a bitterly cold winter night, and the strong winter wind was blowing. The shivering Buddy was curled up on the ground, and Mr. Johnson felt a deep sense of pity for the little dog. He thought to himself that it was a life too, and decided to rescue him without hesitation. He carried Buddy home. Throughout the years, Mr. Johnson had never tied Buddy with a rope or chain. He let him roam freely, but since that day, Buddy considered Mr. Johnson's home his own. He never wandered off, and always returned if he went out. Mr. Johnson regarded Buddy as his family, feeding and caring for him every day. He would talk to Buddy, and the two of them led a peaceful and quiet life together. Buddy seemed to understand everything Mr. Johnson said. He never ran or bit anyone, and he was exceptionally well behaved. When Mr. Johnson ate his meals, Buddy would sit quietly beside him without causing any trouble. When Buddy needed to relieve himself, he would go to a place far away from Mr. Johnson's house. And when it was very cold in winter, Buddy would sit quietly in the yard unless Mr. Johnson spoke to him, never venturing into the warm house on his own. One day, on an extremely cold day, Mr. Johnson returned home after collecting herbs and found Buddy lying beside his doghouse, trembling all over. He realized that Buddy must be freezing, so he hurriedly carried him inside the house. He wrapped Buddy with his own blanket and held him tenderly next to the fireplace until he recovered. Feeling sorry for Buddy and knowing how sensible he was, Mr. Johnson said to him, "Buddy, if you ever feel cold, just go into the house by yourself." From that day on, whenever it was cold or windy, if Mr. Johnson was at home, he would tell Buddy, "Buddy, if it's too cold outside, go into the house by yourself." He even prepared a cushion for Buddy inside the house. Buddy seemed to truly understand Mr. Johnson's words. From then on, whenever there was heavy snow, a storm, or strong winds, Buddy would go inside the house for a while. He was never frozen again. But he never ran around either. He would quietly enter the house, push the door with his mouth, close it, and then either sit or lie down on the cushion specially prepared for him. Sometimes, on snowy days, when Mr. Johnson returned home after collecting herbs, He would see some snow-covered dog paw prints on the floor inside the house, but only in a small area near the door. Beyond that point, there were no paw prints. Mr. Johnson knew that it was Buddy's way of showing concern and not wanting to dirty the floor. He would take shelter from the wind and snow only near the door. This year, Mr. Johnson had entered his old age, and Buddy had turned 10, showing signs of aging. Winter seemed to arrive early that year. One noon, Mr. Johnson put on some warm clothes, carried a basket on his arm, and set off to collect herbs as usual. Buddy wagged his tail, bidding him farewell. The weather was unusually chilly, and the wind howled through the trees. Mr. Johnson knew he had to collect enough herbs to last through the harsh winter. As Mr. Johnson made his way up the mountain, the sky grew darker, and the wind intensified. Snowflakes started to fall, gently at first, but soon turning into a blizzard. The snow quickly accumulated, making it difficult for Mr. Johnson to navigate the path. He trudged on, determined to gather the herbs he needed. Meanwhile, back at the house, Buddy grew restless. He sensed something was wrong. He paced back and forth near the door, glancing out at the worsening storm. Buddy's loyalty to Mr. Johnson urged him to take action. With a determined bark, he nudged open the door and ventured out into the blizzard. The snow was deep, reaching Buddy's belly as he pushed through the freezing gusts. He followed Mr. Johnson's footprints, his paws sinking into the soft powder with each step. The wind whipped against Buddy's fur, stinging his eyes, but he pressed on, driven by his devotion to his owner. After what felt like an eternity, Buddy finally caught up to Mr. Johnson. He found him struggling to walk against the fierce wind, his face covered in frost, and his hands trembling. Concern filled Buddy's eyes as he approached his master. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mr. Johnson understood that he couldn't make it back home on his own. He felt a mix of gratitude and worry for Buddy, who had braved the storm to find him. Knowing that Buddy was strong and resilient, he decided to entrust his safety to his loyal companion. "Go, Buddy," Mr. Johnson rasped, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "Go back home, my friend. Find shelter and stay warm." Buddy hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixed on Mr. Johnson. He understood the urgency in his owner's voice, but couldn't bear the thought of leaving him behind. Nevertheless, he knew he had to obey. Reluctantly, Buddy turned and started the treacherous journey back home. The blizzard had intensified, and visibility was almost non-existent. Buddy fought against the elements, pushing through the snowdrifts with every ounce of strength he had left. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Buddy reached the house. He pushed open the door and stumbled inside, panting heavily. He was exhausted and covered in snow, but he had made it. Buddy collapsed on the cushion, shivering from the cold. The house felt empty without Mr. Johnson, and Buddy's heart ached with worry. He whined softly, hoping and praying that his owner would somehow find his way back. Meanwhile, Mr. Johnson, weakened by the blizzard, struggled to find his way. The cold seeped into his bones, draining his energy with each passing moment. He fought against the biting wind, desperately clinging to the hope of reaching safety. But nature's power was unforgiving. With every step, Mr. Johnson's strength waned, and his body grew numb. Eventually, he succumbed to the bitter cold, collapsing in the snow, his vision fading. Back at the house, Buddy's whimpers turned into mournful howls as he sensed the loss of his beloved owner. He knew deep in his heart that Mr. Johnson was gone, and a profound sadness enveloped him. Days turned into weeks, and the blizzard subsided, leaving behind a frozen landscape. Villagers eventually discovered Mr. Johnson's lifeless body, frozen in the snow. News of his tragic fate spread through the community, filling everyone's hearts with sorrow. Buddy never fully recovered from the loss. He remained loyal to the memory of Mr. Johnson, spending his days curled up on the cushion where they used to sit together. His eyes carried a permanent sadness, a reminder of the bond they had shared. The village mourned the loss of Mr. Johnson, a kind and gentle soul who had touched many lives. And in the hearts of those who knew him, his memory lived on, forever intertwined with the loyal spirit of Buddy, the faithful dog who braved the storm for love and friendship. Horror story: Night's Restless Echoes. Back in the late 50s, my grandpa, just 16 years old at the time, enlisted in the military, ready to face the world and serve his country. He became part of the American forces fighting against outlaws and lawlessness that plagued the heartland. During one fateful march, his unit found themselves trekking through the heart of Texas, relentless rain pouring down upon them. Seeking respite from the downpour, they stumbled upon a quiet town, a forgotten corner in the vast American landscape. The place was small, and accommodation was scarce, but they managed to secure shelter in a dilapidated building, a remnant of the town's past glory. As the rain relentlessly lashed against the weathered windows, my grandpa's squad found themselves assigned to the building's final unclaimed room. Little did they know that the village elders had warned against this room, whispering of its tainted history. The squad leader, a seasoned soldier with nerves of steel, dismissed the warnings as mere folklore. "We're soldiers, damn it! Hauntings and spirits don't concern us. We take shelter where we can find it," he declared, unwavering in his conviction. The room was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of dampness and decay. Exhausted from the day's march, the soldiers settled into their makeshift beds, eager for a few hours of rest before the next leg of their journey. But as the storm raged outside, a mournful wail pierced through the darkness, cutting through the soldiers' fatigue and slumber. It was the anguished cry of a woman, haunting and despairing, echoing from the shadows. Startled, the soldiers leaped from their beds, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Was it an enemy trick, or something more sinister? The squad leader, ever the embodiment of courage, rallied his men. "We won't be cowed by some damn ghost! Arm yourselves! We'll face whatever this is head on!" he commanded. With hearts pounding, they scoured the room and its surroundings, but no trace of an intruder could be found. The cry persisted, growing louder and more unbearable, yet their search yielded nothing. Fear crept into their bones, uncertainty clouding their resolve. They huddled together, their eyes darting nervously, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable. Then the squad leader's voice cut through the tension. "Listen, damn it! Focus on the cry! Where is it coming from?" Like soldiers in the midst of battle, their senses honed. They strained to locate the origin of the haunting cry. And there it was, a unanimous agreement. The cry emanated from beneath the bed. "Bull! Iron pillar! Move that damn bed and dig!" the squad leader commanded, his voice tinged with equal parts determination and dread. The two soldiers, their muscles flexed with trepidation, heeded the order. With each shovelful of dirt they unearthed, the cry intensified, as if angered by their intrusion. The room grew colder, the atmosphere suffused with an otherworldly presence. Finally, their shovels struck something solid, and a metallic thud echoed in the room. The squad leader, fueled by a mix of anticipation and dread, approached cautiously, unveiling a hidden secret buried for years. It was a jar, a porcelain jar tightly sealed, holding secrets that defied reason. With trembling hands, he pried open the jar, and a gleam of gold and silver spilled forth, a treasure long forgotten. The squad leader, his eyes reflecting a mix of wonder and fear, whispered, "Rest now, lost soul. Your tears shall cease." As if in response, the mournful cries ceased, swallowed by the void of the room. The next morning, carrying the jar of treasures, the squad leader sought out the town's elder, ready to unravel the night's enigma. He recounted the harrowing events, presenting the jewelry as evidence of their encounter. The elder's eyes widened, recognition flickering within. These were the possessions of the landowner's mistress, he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. A wave of understanding washed over the squad leader and his men. The mistress, tormented and abused by the landowner's wife, had chosen this room as her final refuge. Trapped in her misery, her anguished cries resonated through the ages, seeking solace and release. The mistress's disappearance and the subsequent chaos of war had buried her story beneath layers of time and silence. But that night, in the face of their bravery, she found peace, and her treasures were brought to light once more. And so, the squad leader and his comrades departed, leaving behind a town forever changed. But whispers of the haunted room and the cries that pierced the storm would forever linger in the hearts of those who dared to remember, a testament to the restless echoes of the past. Title: The Damned Inn. In the hallowed halls of horror, I present to you a tale that will rattle your bones and haunt your dreams. Brace yourself as I recount the spine-chilling saga of The Damned Inn. It was a bleak autumn evening when fate twisted its malevolent hand and lured me into the clutches of terror. As a college freshman, I yearned for adventure, eager to taste the freedom that academia promised. An invitation to a gathering in Huizhou led me astray, prolonging my stay in a forgotten town that held a nefarious secret. The hotel, aptly named Luxury Hotel, concealed its true nature beneath a veneer of normalcy. Unbeknownst to me, its worn facade harbored a darkness that no amount of paint could mask. Oblivious to the looming danger, I nonchalantly approached the front desk, unaware of the macabre symphony that awaited me. Upon entering the 7th floor corridor, an icy gust enveloped me, carrying with it a foreboding silence. Shadows danced menacingly, and a palpable sense of desolation clung to the air. My heart skipped a beat as I heard the distant flush of a toilet within my assigned room. Rationalizing it as the hotel's antiquated plumbing, I dismissed the disquiet that began to claw at my consciousness. Inside the room, my discomfort grew as an oppressive headache took hold, as though unseen hands relentlessly pounded upon my skull. Yet, I attributed it to my own frailties, my migraines serving as an excuse to deny the presence of something far more sinister. Oblivious to the room's neglected state, I focused on trivial matters, blind to the warning signs that danced around me. A cursory inspection revealed the dust-covered surfaces, evidence of abandonment. But the sheets, deceptively clean, lulled me into complacency, allowing the sinister secrets to take root unnoticed. Unveiling the truth, I drew back the curtains and discovered the inexplicable. A double layer of anti-theft screens adorned the 7th floor windows, an enigma that defied reason. Seeking respite, I entered the bathroom, hoping for a reprieve from the torment. But the water, possessed by unseen forces, taunted me with its fluctuating temperatures. Whether scalding or icy, it refused to provide solace, its malevolence serving as a cruel omen of the horrors yet to unfold. Exhausted and plagued by growing unease, I sought refuge in slumber. Placing my wallet beneath the pillow, a futile attempt at warding off the encroaching darkness, I felt an unnatural resistance. The bed's solidity defied reason, as if an unseen presence lurked beneath, mocking my feeble attempts to protect myself. In the depths of the night, a symphony of torment assailed my mind. Whispers, cruel and tormenting, echoed relentlessly, whispering words of despair and anguish. I awoke, drenched in a cold sweat, my senses heightened to the abhorrent atmosphere that engulfed me. As I glanced back at the room, an unsettling certainty gripped me. An unseen entity watched from within, its malicious intent palpable. Driven by a primal instinct to flee, I stumbled towards the elevator, my salvation within reach. 2 laborers emerged, their presence inexplicable, their eyes, devoid of life, fixated upon me, as if recognizing my descent into the realm of the damned. With a surge of desperation, I sought refuge within the elevator, the doors closing behind me, severing the connection to the abyss that threatened to consume me. Reaching the front desk, I encountered the receptionist, their gaze shrouded in a veil of sinister knowledge. Their silent acknowledgement spoke volumes, confirming that the hotel's malevolence was no mere figment of my imagination. A partial refund, a gesture to appease, belied the terror that lay in wait for those who dared to cross its threshold. Seeking refuge in another haven, I found momentary respite within a new abode. But the scars of my encounter refused to heal, a constant reminder of the otherworldly presence that stalked me. In desperation, I confided in my senior sister, hoping for answers, for solace in the face of the inexplicable. Her investigation uncovered a ghastly truth. A year prior, on that accursed 7th floor, a tormented soul had leapt to their demise. Their lifeless body found on the hotel's rooftop days later, shrouded in mystery. The police, foiled by an erased phone, left the case unsolved, its secrets destined to remain buried within the hotel's haunted halls. Further revelations unveiled the hotel's demise, its doors closed forever, vanishing from public records, leaving only whispers and fragmented memories in its wake. The truth behind its demise, much like the tormented soul that haunted it, obscured by an eternal darkness. Now, as the years have passed, I share this cautionary tale, a testament to the supernatural horrors that lie concealed within the shadows. The hotel, once a den of secrets, stands as a solemn reminder that some nightmares are not meant to be forgotten. And as for me, the scars I bear serve as a reminder that the spectral realm exists just beyond the veil of our mundane reality, forever etching its mark upon the souls who dare to venture too close. Horror story, haunting shadows. My middle school years were a nightmare. Bullying was rampant, and I found myself as one of its unfortunate targets. But those 3 years held something far more sinister. Every night, as I drifted into slumber, darkness enveloped my dreams. Yet within that inky abyss, I could sense something sinister. A multitude of hands gripping my body, pulling me down. And when I returned, it was always 5 a.m., the dawn of an unholy hour. During those wretched years, my hands and feet became eternally icy. They grew so frigid that even the slightest surge of emotion would turn them into frozen appendages. In my final year of middle school, the frostbite took hold, and one scorching summer day, my hands became rigid for an agonizing 10 minutes. The chill permeated the air, sending shivers down the spines of my classmates. Adjacent to the classroom was a garage, home to a dog. Others could pass by unscathed, but when I approached, about 2 yards away, that canine would erupt into a maddening frenzy, barking as if it had witnessed the very essence of terror. Canines, throughout my life, had always shown an inexplicable animosity towards me, a fate I was doomed to bear. Hence, my fear of dogs deepened. Then came the days when my mother, seeking to contribute to the household income, took up employment, leaving me alone at home. It was during one of those solitary moments, as I prepared lunch, that I felt a presence lurking behind me. A chill raced down my spine, causing my nerves to twitch. I turned, expecting to confront an intruder, only to find nothing but emptiness. Yet, as I resumed cooking, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a short, middle-aged man clad in somber black standing just behind me. But I was alone in the house. Fear held me captive, forbidding me to turn around. My instincts screamed that an entity lingered in my wake. From childhood, my sixth sense had remained acute, never faltering. Goosebumps prickled my flesh, and my heart raced as the figure meandered toward the balcony, vanishing into thin air. Against my better judgment, I spun around, only to be greeted by an empty void. Though summer reigned, a clammy sheen of cold sweat coated my body. Horror story. Haunting shadows. My middle school years were a nightmare. Bullying was rampant, and I found myself as one of its unfortunate targets. But those 3 years held something far more sinister. Every night, as I drifted into slumber, darkness enveloped my dreams. Yet within that inky abyss, I could sense something sinister, a multitude of hands gripping my body, pulling me down. And when I returned, it was always 5 a.m., the dawn of an unholy hour. During those wretched years, my hands and feet became eternally icy. They grew so frigid that even the slightest surge of emotion would turn them into frozen appendages. In my final year of middle school, the frostbite took hold, and one scorching summer day, my hands became rigid for an agonizing 10 minutes. The chill permeated the air, sending shivers down the spines of my classmates. Adjacent to the classroom was a garage, home to a dog. Others could pass by unscathed, but when I approached about 2 yards away, that canine would erupt into a maddening frenzy, barking as if it had witnessed the very essence of terror. Canines, throughout my life, had always shown an inexplicable animosity towards me, a fate I was doomed to bear. Hence, my fear of dogs deepened. Then came the days when my mother, seeking to contribute to the household income, took up employment, leaving me alone at home. It was during one of those solitary moments, as I prepared lunch, that I felt a presence lurking behind me. A chill raced down my spine, causing my nerves to twitch. I turned, expecting to confront an intruder, only to find nothing but emptiness. Yet as I resumed cooking, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a short, middle-aged man clad in somber black standing just behind me. But I was alone in the house. Fear held me captive, forbidding me to turn around. My instincts screamed that an entity lingered in my wake. From childhood, my sixth sense had remained acute, never faltering. Goosebumps prickled my flesh, and my heart raced as the figure meandered toward the balcony, vanishing into thin air. Against my better judgment, I spun around, only to be greeted by an empty void. Though summer reigned, a clammy sheen of cold sweat coated my body. True horror stories. The haunting of the wellhead. It was the sweltering summer of 2018 when I befriended a peculiar individual, known for his uncanny ability to commune with spirits. He was no ordinary medium. His connection to the supernatural ran deep in his bloodline. We often engaged in jovial pursuits, immersing ourselves in games and laughter. But beneath his charismatic facade, he carried a hidden burden, guarding it fiercely from prying eyes. Just days before the 4th of July, tragedy struck with an unthinkable force. Word reached me in the heart of a bustling town in Maine, a place far removed from the supernatural tales that typically dominated our conversations. My friend's life had been claimed by his own hand, as he plunged from the heights of a desolate cliff deep in the rugged wilderness. The news struck me like a lightning bolt, though I could not let the torrent of emotions consume me. Not among the crowds that swarmed the town square. I struggled to suppress my tears, burying them deep within, for he was more than a friend. He was a kindred spirit. Memories of his vibrant presence haunted me, as I pondered the dark labyrinth of his final choice. Several years prior, I too grappled with the malevolent clutches of depression and anxiety, a relentless battle fueled by personal demons and familial strife. My mind often strayed into the abyss, contemplating the allure of death's embrace. In those moments, he would jest, weaving eerie promises that if I ever succumbed to such darkness, he would reclaim my wandering soul, trapping it within a mystical statue, an eternal prison within a macabre effigy. These words now echoed in my mind, intertwining with sorrow, for fate had chosen to spare my fragile existence while claiming his. In the wake of his untimely demise, the veil between the living and the departed grew tantalizingly thin. 2 months later, an eerie occurrence sent shivers down our collective spines. The tight-knit circle of friends we once shared, forever altered by his absence, found themselves bound together by a mysterious force. Enigmatic packages materialized on our doorsteps, arriving simultaneously from disparate corners of the country. I unwrapped a relic of the past, a haunting antique pocket watch. My companions received their own peculiar gifts, a set of bewitched crystals and a bottle of rare whiskey. Confusion tangled with apprehension as we pondered the origins of these packages, their contents seeming to exude a spectral essence. Only he possessed our intimate knowledge, our addresses, phone numbers, and names. But how could he be the sender? Official records confirmed his tragic demise, leaving us to question the enigma that unraveled before our eyes. Driven by an insatiable thirst for answers, I embarked on a digital quest, unearthing the identity of the mysterious store that dispatched these cryptic parcels. My inquiries, however, were met with a chilling silence, a void as impenetrable as the darkest corners of the supernatural realm. The packages eventually arrived in the eerie depths of a sleepy town in Maine, awakening an unsettling presence that defied rational explanation. That night, my solitude transformed into a haunting nightmare, a spectral vision of an ethereal girl, her innocence veiled in a pale shroud, and a disfigured woman, her contorted limbs bearing the marks of a tortured spirit. The terror that gripped my soul that night was immeasurable, leaving me trembling in the wake of spectral horrors. Seeking solace and guidance, I sought refuge within the dimly lit confines of a metaphysical emporium, a sanctuary of ancient knowledge and occult wisdom. The shopkeeper, a seasoned practitioner well-versed in the mysteries that lurked between the planes of existence, offered me a dire warning. This macabre dance had only just begun, and the waltz with the supernatural would consume me further still. As the blistering summer heat of July 2019 blanketed the world, fate unveiled its next sinister act. On a fateful evening, while engulfed in a video call with my significant other, their voice quivered with unease. A disconcerting symphony of sounds resonated from my own abode, a symphony of footsteps, hauntingly amplified in the dimly lit confines of my room. Trembling with trepidation, I turned my gaze toward the source of this auditory nightmare, a towering shelf adorned with trinkets and mementos, and there in front of it, a dense shadow spun relentless circles, an ethereal waltz choreographed by an unseen hand. My blood ran cold, my body paralyzed with fear. The statue, once shielded by a cloth, stood exposed, an eerie sentinel, harboring secrets that defied comprehension. Ghostly Tale, the specter of my classmate. Let's transport ourselves back to my days in elementary school in America, where I had a classmate named Lee Wei. We were in the same class, but one day, he mysteriously vanished from school. Rumors began to circulate that Li Wei had drowned, and soon enough, the tragic truth came to light. It happened during a summer afternoon when Li Wei and two other kids from our Chinese-American community decided to cool off by swimming in a pond known as Watery Hollow. As they frolicked in the water, the two companions noticed something unsettling, bubbles emerging around Li Wei, as if an unseen force tugged at him from beneath. Filled with fear, the two children quickly swam back to the shore, leaving Li Wei behind, seemingly ensnared by an invisible grip. Days turned into anguish as Li Wei remained missing. His parents, accustomed to his mischievous nature and long absences, didn't grow suspicious at first. However, Li Wei's father stumbled upon a strange sight while passing by the same pond where tragedy had struck. Something round and floating caught his eye, prompting him to assemble a search party. To their harrowing astonishment, they discovered it was their own son, lifeless in the water. Little did they know, this was just the beginning of a haunting saga. Years later, while taking a leisurely stroll in the American park with my close friend Andy, our conversation turned to memories of Li Wei. Andy recounted a peculiar incident from our elementary school days, one that had left an indelible mark on his mind. He vividly recalled seeing Li Wei in the company of a pale-faced boy dressed in somber black attire. Li Wei even greeted Andy, but when he shared this encounter with our classmates, they dismissed it as madness. After all, Li Wei had been dead for over a month. However, my own experiences with the supernatural led me to consider a different possibility. Perhaps Li Wei had encountered a vengeful spirit or a water-dwelling entity. The timeline didn't add up. Why would he appear after the customary mourning period? And who was that mysterious boy in black? It was a web of contradictions and intrigue. Just as I concluded my thoughts, an eerie transformation seized the park. Twilight descended, but the darkness seemed unnaturally profound. Sinister sounds echoed around us, and an undeniable sense of unease settled in the air. Urging Andy to leave immediately, we attempted to find the exit. However, no matter which direction we walked, we found ourselves trapped within an inexplicable labyrinth. It felt as though we were caught within the clutches of a phenomenon known as the ghost wall. Desperate to escape, we made our way through the grassy area beside the road when an alarming event unfolded. Row after row of well covers on the lawn started rattling and flung open of their own accord. Recalling my grandmother's teachings rooted in our Chinese heritage, I instinctively pinched my fingers together and silently invoked the name of the Great Vow Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, Andy resorted to venting his fear through a string of curses. Miraculously, our combined efforts eventually broke the spectral hold, and we managed to flee. As we emerged from the park, the twilight returned, and a fleeting image resembling Li Wei materialized in the distance. The park itself rested atop a graveyard, a place rife with inexplicable occurrences that even the park staff avoided after nightfall. Years later, I remain haunted by the contradictions and unanswered questions that continue to shroud this enigmatic realm. The Shadow Within. In a small, unassuming town nestled deep within the heart of Pennsylvania, there lies a house that holds a chilling tale. It was the summer of 17, during a sweltering heat wave, when an unsuspecting family became entwined in a web of terror. The protagonist, let's call him Jake, was sent on a seemingly innocent errand by his mother. Clad in a flimsy jacket, he ventured out into the night to fetch some snacks from the nearby convenience store. Little did he know, this mundane task would awaken a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. As Jake returned home through the creaking front door, he caught a glimpse of an eerie figure stationed near the garage. The figure was shrouded in darkness, a grotesque silhouette of a middle-aged man. Bewildered, Jake attempted to rationalize its presence, assuming it to be a neighbor or a distant relative. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was no ordinary visitor but an intangible phantom, devoid of any discernible features. Fear gripped him, urging him to avert his gaze, and when he summoned the courage to look again, the apparition had vanished into thin air. The strange encounter weighed heavily on Jake's mind, prompting him to share the unsettling incident with his mother. At first, she dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but soon, her own sleepless nights unfolded a disturbing truth. An inexplicable dread gripped her, as if an unknown presence loomed just beyond the front door, yearning to cross the threshold. Driven to desperation, Jake's mother sought solace in her faith, seeking counsel from the local spiritual community. However, the remedies they offered failed to quell the mounting terror. It was an elderly woman, a believer in the mystical, who proposed an audacious solution, a visit to a renowned spiritual counselor known for her uncanny insights. With trepidation, the family embarked on their journey into the unknown. The counselor, a mysterious figure with an aura of ancient wisdom, greeted them in her dimly lit chamber. She engaged them in cryptic conversation, lighting incense to awaken dormant forces. Her piercing gaze seemed to delve into their souls as she inquired about their sleepless nights and unshakable fears. Unveiling a collection of yellowed papers, the counselor revealed a ritual to confront the malevolent presence that haunted them. Instructions were imparted to Jake. Soak silver needles in water and observe for signs of rust, the telltale mark of an otherworldly presence. Then, under the cover of his mother's sleep, he was to burn the papers, their ashes banishing the entity. But he had to remain silent, retreat without looking back, and dispose of the remaining papers at a nearby crossroad before returning home. Night fell, casting a shroud of darkness over their home. Jake, standing vigil by his mother's side, waited until the clock struck midnight. The moment appeared opportune, as his mother's rhythmic breathing signaled her slumber. He cautiously rose, his trembling hand clutching the papers, ready to confront the malevolence that plagued them. Yet, as he attempted to ignite the flames, his mother's voice shattered the silence, piercing the air with a desperate plea to halt. Startled, Jake abandoned the ritual, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. An hour passed, and his mother's snores resumed, their rhythmic cadence luring him back to the task at hand. He lit the papers, watching as they transformed into ashes, carrying their hopes and fears into the night. However, the aftermath held unexpected consequences. Jake, once free from the grip of terror, now found himself plagued by an unexplainable unease. The world around him appeared distorted, every shadow concealing a potential threat. Even his mother's gentle voice evoked a primal fear within him. His complexion turned pallid, an eerie transformation that sent chills down his mother's spine. Determined to restore their lives to normalcy, his mother decided to revisit the spiritual counselor. Together, they returned to her abode, where she unveiled a new plan. The counselor explained that the malevolent spirits had taken a liking to Jake, offering their assistance to rid their lives of the relentless hauntings. A ceremony was arranged, this time involving the placement of a mysterious red paper on a tree outside their home, its purpose known only to the counselor. Incantations filled the air as the counselor commanded the spirits to depart, their voices an enigmatic chorus resonating through the quiet neighborhood. From that day forward, tranquility returned to their once troubled abode. The apparitions ceased, and the family found solace in the absence of fear. Yet a lingering question remained. What did the spirits truly desire? Was their involvement in Jake's life a blessing or a curse? Only time would reveal the answers hidden within the shadows of their haunting tale. Horror story: The Spectral Stare of the Hound. This chilling tale took place on a desolate Sunday evening as my friend and I embarked on a road trip to an isolated town. Our path meandered through a forsaken hamlet, and it was during this ill-fated traverse that we encountered a funeral procession. I, having grown up in the bustling city, was unfamiliar with such macabre customs. The passing of my grandfather and great-grandfather occurred when I was but a tender soul, and my family forbade me from attending their somber ceremonies. It was an enigma to behold. Intrigued, I turned to my companion and queried, "What devilry is this?" He replied with a tone of dark familiarity, "They mourn and accompany the departed to their final resting place. Such rites are commonplace in their ancestral domain. When an elder breathes their last, kinsfolk from the village unite in mourning and paying respects. If not for my eerie encounters with puppetry comics, I might have dismissed it as a trifling curiosity. Alas, my exposure to those spine-tingling chronicles taught me that inexplicable phenomena lurk in the shadows of our realm." Thus, as my friend's words echoed in my mind, I silently muttered, "Innocent children, ignorant of their trespass, may the departed find solace in their final journey. Life is but a procession of arrivals and departures." And so, we resumed our expedition, oblivious to the sinister fate that lay in wait. It was in the depths of that sinister night, bewitched by the hour of 2 or 3, that I slumbered deeply. Abruptly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a ghastly sight, an elderly specter looming at the foot of my bed. His countenance veiled in darkness, save for the vivid recollection of his impeccably tailored suit and sleek silver hair slicked back with an otherworldly sheen. No words escaped his lips. He merely fixed his spectral gaze upon me. A disconcerting tremor gripped my core, for I possessed an eidetic memory, and with utmost certainty proclaimed that this elderly phantom had never graced my path in the 2 decades of my existence. Now, you may wonder if this apparition was my grandfather or great-grandfather. I shall confess that my grandfather had departed this mortal plane before my birth, yet his photographs had adorned our humble abode, leaving an indelible impression upon me. Moreover, being the first scion of my lineage, raised within the loving embrace of my grandparents due to the arduous obligations of my parents, I could not possibly mistake his visage. And now, residing with my parents in the twilight of night, to be confronted by this cryptic figure at the foot of my bed, even the bravest soul would quiver with trepidation. As I contemplated raising the alarm, an inexplicable paralysis seized me, rendering my cries for aid but whispers lost in the ether. A disconcerting realization dawned upon me. I had unwittingly stumbled upon the dreaded phenomenon known as nightmare paralysis. In the throes of this torment, my faithful companion, a hound named Shadow, a colossal obsidian beast under my care, erupted into a frenzied cacophony of barks. Never before had Shadow exhibited such vocal vigor since joining our household. This was the first time his vocalizations reached my ears. In tandem with Shadow's outburst, my senses snapped back to reality, and the apparition that had haunted my vision vanished into the night. I reached out to touch Shadow's fur, hoping to allay his agitation, yet to my astonishment, I found myself powerless to budge him from his vigil. Positioned at my bedside, he stood guard, as if in a standoff with an unseen adversary, teeth bared and snarling ferociously. Several eternities seemed to pass before Shadow ceased his vocal tirade, and the tension that once seized his body dissipated. He licked my face with his warm, reassuring tongue, and I rose from my bed. Together, we embarked on a journey to the bathroom, the thirst for water now consuming me. Shadow trailed faithfully at my heels, never straying, his presence offering a modicum of solace. As I glanced at my phone, the specific time eluded me, though I recall it to be a time shy of the witching hour. Cocooned in the comfort of my bed once more, with Shadow nestled beside me, I slept soundly until the break of day. No dreams of the elderly apparition plagued my slumber. This eerie encounter remains etched in my memory as one of the most peculiar incidents to befall me. The veracity of the events I leave for you to discern. Let it serve as a haunting tale, whispered in the dead of night, for all who dare to listen. Horror story. Blood-stained garment. This incident happened to a female clerk in the company named Jane Anderson, whom we all fondly referred to as Sister Jane. That day, after finishing her early shift, Sister Jane walked back to the company dormitory building as usual. On her way, She was attracted by a new clothing stall set up downstairs in the large market. Normally, there were only a few regular vendors, so seeing a new face and the attractive styles of clothes displayed, Sister Jane decided to go in and take a look. The shop owner warmly greeted her as she entered, saying, "Oh, sister, feel free to browse and choose. The products are of good quality and affordable." Sister Jane exchanged a few polite words in response. After browsing for a while, she noticed that the fabrics of the clothes being sold were all of good quality, and based on her shopping experience, they shouldn't be cheap. She picked out a red floral maxi skirt and asked the shop owner about the price. The shop owner smiled and said, "This one is not expensive, $1.89. If you like it, you can take one." Sister Jane was pleasantly surprised and managed to haggle the price down to $1.80. Back in her dorm room, she couldn't wait to try it on. She stood in front of the mirror, admiring the fit. It was just right, neither too big nor too small. Sister Jane thought that she had spent a little money and ended up with a great find. She felt content and even hesitated to take it off. But in the middle of the night, while Sister Jane was sleeping soundly, she was abruptly awakened by the annoying sound of a door being unlocked. She wondered who it could be, opening her room door in the middle of the night. Could it be a thief? Sister Jane quickly got up and decided to go and check. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a neatly groomed but completely naked woman. She rushed in, shouting at Sister Jane, "Where is my clothes? Give me back my clothes!" Before Sister Jane could react, the woman grabbed her arm and demanded, "My skirt! Give it back to me, quickly!" Sister Jane replied, "What skirt? That's the one I just bought!" The woman shouted loudly again, "It's not yours! It's not yours! There's blood on the clothes! It's my dress! Give it back to me!" As she spoke, the woman tightly gripped Sister Jane's neck. Just as Sister Jane felt she was about to be choked to death with her eyes closed, she suddenly woke up. It turned out that it was all just a dream she had. She couldn't help but feel a bit scared and wondered why she would have such a dream. Her heart was pounding, and she got up and turned on the lights. She took out the dress from the wardrobe and carefully examined it. Indeed, she found a dark red stain in the armpit area, blending in with the red color of the dress, making it difficult to distinguish unless one looked closely. Sister Jane was instantly frightened and threw the dress aside. She couldn't sleep for the rest of the night, sitting with the lights on. The next day, Sister Jane recounted the events of the previous night in a startled manner to her colleagues in the office. Everyone was astonished to hear her story. Some said that the dress was unclean and advised her to quickly get rid of it to avoid being haunted by evil spirits. Others suggested that she should go and find the store owner to clarify what had happened. Sister Jane made up her mind to confront the store owner. After work, she hurriedly rushed to the large market. However, to her dismay, there was no sign of the store owner. The place was completely abandoned. Hearing her story, nearby vendors nodded sympathetically and said, "I've heard from colleagues before that some unscrupulous merchants would buy clothes from funeral homes. Some families, in order to let the deceased have a dignified departure, would buy some expensive and beautiful clothes as burial attire. Some staff members would secretly remove them before cremation and keep them. When they accumulate a certain quantity, they sell them to merchants. After the merchants obtain the clothes, they simply refurbish them a bit and put them up for sale. The profits are several times higher than regular merchandise. Moreover, these merchants never stay in one place for more than 2 days. They do business with one-time customers. I think you encountered one of these unscrupulous merchants yesterday. Sigh. Consider it a loss to avoid disaster." Hearing this, Sister Jane felt helpless and could only resolve to be more cautious when making purchases in the future. Back at home, she burned the dress. Strangely enough, the synthetic cotton garment burned like paper, turning into ashes that scattered in the air, leaving no trace on the ground. Horror story. Lost soul in the year of the Zodiac. In the dark underbelly of 2019, a year ruled by the sinister year of the pig, I found myself ensnared in a web of misfortune. The whispers of the elders echoed through my mind, warning of the malevolent forces that lurked during one zodiac year. To ward off the impending doom, I adorned myself with crimson hues, clinging to the ancient belief that red could repel the wickedness that awaited me. Little did I know, the crimson veil would prove futile in the face of the horrors that awaited me. As the year wore on, An insidious nightmare gripped me each night, strangling my sanity and leaving me a mere shadow of my former self. My body, weary from sleepless nights, succumbed to the icy tendrils of dread that crept through my veins after sundown. It was on the eve of the new year, amidst the chaotic revelry and hedonistic celebrations, that my world twisted into a nightmarish frenzy. In the early hours of January 1st, while the world slumbered beneath the weight of intoxication, I lay in bed, seeking solace in sleep. But what awaited me was far from restful oblivion. As my eyelids fluttered shut, a harrowing sensation gripped my very essence. It was as if an invisible hand was wrenching my soul from its mortal vessel. Panic surged through me, cutting off my breath, as my heart hammered against the confines of my chest. In that chilling moment, I teetered on the precipice of an unknown abyss, my life force waning with every passing second. Instinct propelled me from my bed, my trembling hands clutching the phone as I pleaded with my absent parents to return home. Desperation choked my voice, and tears mingled with the sweat that dripped from my brow. Minutes stretched into an eternity as I trembled, abandoned to the clutches of an impending demise. Finally, my parents burst through the door, their faces etched with worry and love. Without hesitation, they summoned the paramedics, their frantic calls blending with my feeble whimpers. Clinging to the remnants of life, I managed to murmur an apology, my voice trembling with the weight of my impending demise. My father, his eyes brimming with anguish, assured me that my well-being surpassed any inconvenience. But his words, though soothing, couldn't silence the terror that gripped my soul. As the wailing sirens grew closer, my frail form was whisked away into the night. The hospital's sterile walls provided little comfort as doctors probed and prodded, striving to uncover the enigma that had nearly claimed me. It was revealed that I had fallen victim to alkaline poisoning and plummeting blood sugar levels. Though I had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Reaper, the horror that had invaded my life was far from vanquished. Released from the hospital's sterile embrace, I believed the nightmare had abated. But as night descended, the specter of death cast its shadow upon my fractured existence once more. Heart pounding in my chest, I battled against the suffocating dread that threatened to consume me. Each night, the same terrifying dreams tormented my sleep, and a bone-chilling coldness seeped into my bones. In one fateful dream, a stranger materialized, his visage obscured by the shadows. With a voice that resonated with otherworldly authority, he whispered, "I have brought you a talisman from the haunted depths of Thailand." The details of the dream faded upon waking, but the lingering sense of malevolence clung to me like a shroud. Driven by desperation, I sought solace in the counsel of a renowned spiritualist. His eyes, wells of ancient wisdom, bore into my very soul as he revealed the truth. "You are not alone," he intoned, his voice a haunting echo. "A lost soul has tethered itself to you, yearning to possess your being and relive its tragic tale. Seek salvation before it is too late." His words, though laced with dread, ignited a flicker of hope within me. Clutching onto that fragile thread, I embarked on a pilgrimage to a forgotten temple hidden deep within the heartland. Surrounded by ancient relics and the potent aura of sanctity, I beseeched the temple master for deliverance from the dark forces that plagued me. With the wisdom of the ages etched upon his face, the temple master reassured me. Wandering souls often haunt the realms of the zodiac year, desperate for closure in their troubled afterlife. Fear not, for you have come to the right place. Engulfed in a haze of incense and candlelight, the temple master unleashed his power, exorcising the lost soul that had ensnared me. Agonizing tremors shook my frail frame as the ethereal battle raged within. Sweat cascaded down my brow as the room crackled with otherworldly energy. Finally, a burst of searing heat surged through my veins, expelling the lingering malevolence. I collapsed, gasping for air, but a newfound tranquility washed over me, like a balm for my battered soul. The temple master's voice cut through the haze, instructing me in the ways of protection and purification. With fervor, I embraced the rituals, vowing to shield myself from the encroaching darkness that threatened to reclaim me. I abandoned late nights and the poisonous allure of excess, for I knew that my salvation lay in the careful preservation of my body and spirit. Since that fateful encounter, my nights have been free from the clutches of the spectral realm. The nightmares have surrendered their dominion, and my health has slowly been restored. This macabre odyssey, though harrowing, has forged an unbreakable resolve within me. I have learned the preciousness of life, the fragility of our mortal shells, and the existence of unseen terrors that lurk just beyond our comprehension. Let this tale serve as a haunting reminder to all who dare to ignore the ethereal world that encircles us. Pay heed to your own well-being, cherish every breath, and beware the lurking forces that seek to ensnare your very soul. For in the shadows of our existence, unimaginable horrors await those who dare to close their eyes to the supernatural abyss. Horror story, Paperman. Unfolds during summer vacation at school. While most people consider it a delightful time, I despise it for reminding me of the one thing I never wanted to face: the passing of my kind and gentle grandfather 2 years ago during summer vacation. Instead of staying in the city, my parents and I immediately returned to our hometown. We stayed in the apartment building where our grandfather used to live until his Memorial Day, which was still a few days away according to the lunar calendar. The relentless chirping of insects filled my ears, and waves of stifling heat overwhelmed me, making it nearly impossible to sleep no matter how much I tossed and turned. As the scenery evoked emotions, that night I found myself reminiscing about my grandfather once again. I remembered how he used to fan me on scorching summer days and gently pat my shoulder to help me fall asleep. As those memories flooded my mind, tears welled up in my eyes and streamed down my face. Despite my best efforts to conceal them with the blanket, my trembling body didn't go unnoticed by my father. He let out a soft sigh, aware that once I had such emotions, mere persuasion from others wouldn't have much effect. He sat up and gently patted my shoulder, just like my grandfather, his touch seemingly possessing a hypnotic effect. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted off to sleep. That night, I felt as if my grandfather was by my side. On my grandfather's Memorial Day, my father woke me up early. When we arrived at my grandfather's grave, my father parked the car at a distance from the site. He drew a circle on the ground near the grave and continuously burned joss paper within it. As the paper burned, I gradually became absent-minded. Images of my grandfather flooded my mind. He was a farmer, not tall in stature, but remarkably upright. His lean figure bore the marks of time on his weathered, dark face. He often wore an otter fur hat and a fur coat while working in the fields, as the cold water from opening the floodgates to irrigate the land aggravated his severe varicose veins. A gust of wind blew me out of my reverie. The weather had been fine, so the sudden strong wind caught us off guard. The burning joss paper scattered, and my father, worried about the risk of a fire, had to burn fewer offerings. After a while, he picked up the remaining unburned joss paper from the ground one by one and placed them into a black plastic bag used for this purpose. We put the bag in the trunk and returned home. At home, my father carried the bag of joss paper. Upon seeing it, my mother's expression changed abruptly, deeming it ominous, and she urged my father to take it away immediately. My father signaled me to follow him, as I also felt an uncomfortable sensation, and we placed the joss paper in the storage room on our floor. That night, I couldn't sleep peacefully. It wasn't due to the insects or the heat, but a nameless uneasiness. In a half-dream state, I vaguely felt the presence of someone in the storage room. It took a while before I fell back into a deep sleep. The dream that followed was peculiar. I dreamt of a paperman, roughly the height of an adult, with clear imprints of white paper stuck onto bamboo strips. Strangely, the eyes of the paperman appeared unnatural against the heavy oil paint used for the cheeks. But all of this is a recollection upon waking up. In the dream, that paperman came to life, extending its arms mechanically into a T shape. Its eyes widened, as if they were about to fall out at any moment, and its feet were evenly aligned as it hopped towards me step by step. Although I felt some fear, I knew it was just a dream. Thinking it was out to harm me, as often portrayed in stories, I steadied myself and defiantly shouted, "Don't come any closer! There's nothing here for you! If you come any closer, I won't be polite!" The paperman seemed to have not heard my words or chose to ignore them. It continued to hop towards me with its mechanical steps. Fear overwhelmed me, and I instinctively moved backward. It was then that I felt something pressing against my waist. Looking around, I realized it was the kitchen of our house. I quickly grabbed a kitchen knife from the cutting board, regardless of consequences, and swung it towards the paperman. I slashed through it, causing it to burst open, and to my surprise, it bled profusely from the wound. Thinking it was over, I heard the sound of rustling paper coming from the door. I turned my head. Numerous papermen stood at the entrance, their faces contorted in eerie smiles, rushing towards me. I abruptly opened my eyes, sitting up on the bed. I was drenched in cold sweat, reluctant to recall the events of the dream. It was only when my father woke up that I discussed the dream with him. Initially, my father didn't think much of it when I mentioned the dream. However, as I continued to recount the details, his expression grew increasingly grim. When I finished narrating the dream, my father went out, and it seemed like he took the bag of joss paper with him. I could almost envision him going to the intersection, igniting the joss paper with the lighter he always carried, and waiting until everything had turned to ashes before finally leaving with peace of mind. Since then, I never had such a nightmare again. However, that experience left a deep imprint in my heart, and whenever I recollect it, I still feel a lingering sense of terror. Horror story: The Mysterious Paperman. This is a story that my aunt shared with me. It happened when she was a child in a small village in Chifeng, Inner Mongolia. In the village, there was a single man whose wife had passed away, and the children in the village called him Uncle. Uncle loved children, and the kids in the village enjoyed going to play with him. The incident in the story took place with Uncle. One day, after finishing some work at someone else's house and having dinner, it was already very late. Uncle's house was on the outskirts of the village, quite secluded, so he had to walk home alone. Because of the hospitality of the hosts during dinner, and the insistence of his fellow workers, who were drinking together, Uncle had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and was a bit tipsy. In the silent countryside at night, the small village road was pitch black, and only a few lights in the village could be seen from afar. Uncle took unsteady steps, one after another, heading home. Just as he was not far from home, he suddenly saw a patch of white light ahead on the road. Due to the alcohol, Uncle's thoughts were a bit unclear, and he thought he must have been mistaken. He muttered to himself, "What kind of ghostly thing is this? It's glowing? Who put a lamp here?" But when he looked up, Uncle was almost frightened out of his wits. It turned out to be a tall, thin figure, about 2 meters in height, resembling a white deity. He couldn't see what the face looked like, but he saw it flickering and spewing fire as it floated towards him. Uncle immediately became sober. He stepped back repeatedly, and his legs were no longer working properly. Initially panicked, but having experienced many things at his age, Uncle quickly thought of a solution. He recalled what the village elders had said. If you bite your index finger and sprinkle your blood on a dirty thing, it will be immobilized. So, with great effort, Uncle forced himself to stand still, despite the fear in his heart. He bit his index finger and waited for the creature to approach before seizing the opportunity to sprinkle his blood on it. As a result, right at the center of its mouth, the creature immediately stopped moving. With a loud pop, the creature began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Uncle focused his gaze and saw that the creature had transformed into a large white rabbit. The rabbit didn't move at all, and had lost its previous imposing aura. Uncle held it by the ears and walked home. The rabbit, now frightened, started whimpering, its voice filled with misery. Uncle, being kind-hearted, quickly said, "Stop crying, I won't harm you. It's not easy for you to grow this big, but from now on, you can't harm people anymore." Upon hearing Uncle's words, the rabbit indeed stopped whimpering. Uncle had his suspicions, so instead of releasing it right away, he brought it home. When Uncle arrived home, he immediately relaxed, and with the effects of the alcohol kicking in again, he tossed the rabbit onto the kang bed and fell asleep. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the village children noticed that there was no smoke coming from Uncle's house, so they all went to check on him. Upon entering the house, they saw Uncle still snoring. Next to Uncle was a pure white rabbit with red eyes, looking adorable. The children eagerly took the rabbit from the kang bed and began to pet it, one after another. One of the children noticed a red dot on its chest and decided to remove it. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the large rabbit disappeared. The children were startled, and they immediately started exclaiming and calling out, "Waking up Uncle!" Uncle then recounted the events of the previous night to the children. Among the group of children was my aunt, who said that after that incident, there were no more encounters with the mysterious paperman in the village. Horror story. Premonition dream. I don't know if you have ever had an experience like this, where you feel like you're in a dream, but your awareness is awake. You can hear people talking around you, but you can't move or get up. This phenomenon is known as sleep paralysis in medical terms, and commonly referred to as ghost pressing on the bed in folklore. Today marks the anniversary of my best friend's passing. She was only 13 when she left us. At that time, I often wondered if I had been more attentive or said a few more words. Would things have been different? Perhaps we wouldn't be separated in life and death. It all started 3 years ago, with a dream. In the middle of 2015, I had just graduated from 6th grade, and after finishing my final exams, I followed my mom and aunt, as usual, to spend the summer vacation in Weihai. Like most parents, during summer or winter break, they like to enroll their children in various interest classes. Of course, I was no exception. On that sunny afternoon, right after my guzheng, Chinese zither class, I returned home, took off my shoes, and lay down on the bed. As I enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioner, I recollected what I had learned in class today. I don't know if it was fatigue, but as I lay there, unintentionally, I fell asleep. Then, without any warning, I knew I was going to dream, and I was well aware that it would be a nightmare. Strangely, my consciousness remained awake. I could hear the sounds around me, the hum of the air conditioner, the chirping of cicadas, even the distant noise of cars and the voices of people downstairs seeking relief from the heat. But I couldn't move a muscle. At that moment, I felt something was wrong. I tried to struggle and wake up, but no matter how hard I tried, my efforts were in vain. I was completely immobilized. Helplessly, I began to dream. In the dream, I was a large tree, an ancient tree that had seen countless years. Under my shade, many people circled around me, my elementary school classmates, kindergarten friends, and even some unfamiliar faces. They revolved around me in circles, and with each revolution, they aged 1 year. I watched as they grew up, lived, aged, fell ill, and experienced the inevitable stages of life. I also saw their descendants following the same cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. This continued endlessly. It was at that moment I realized how terrifying it was to watch my friends die, one by one, right before my eyes. Even in a dream, it sent shivers down my spine. Just as I began to feel hopeless, my aunt returned. She saw me struggling on the bed, muttering something unintelligible. She tried to wake me up by patting me, but I remained unresponsive. My aunt was somewhat superstitious, and I don't know how, but she managed to wake me up. After awakening, I glanced at the clock on the wall. It had only been an hour. However, I felt like I had been trapped in that nightmare for a very long time. My aunt asked me what was wrong, and I told her I had a long, long nightmare. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wake up. I'm grateful you came back. After waking up, I couldn't remember the specific events of the dream. All I recalled was being a tree, watching my classmates circle around me over and over again, witnessing their life and death. However, the death of one particular close friend stood out in my memory. When she was completing the second circle, she died from gas poisoning. I desperately wanted to save her, to wake her up, or remove the gas canister. But I was helpless as a tree. There was nothing I could do. At that time, I thought it was just a nightmare. Nothing more. I didn't think much of it and let it go. Later, I heard that my best friend actually passed away that year, just like in the dream, from gas poisoning. According to her family, when she returned to her hometown, her grandparents placed a heater in her room to keep her warm. It was a gas heater, but no one expected a gas leak to occur, and she left us just like that. If I had known back then, I would have definitely told her early on, urging her to be careful. Unfortunately, we can't know things ahead of time. Now, whenever I think about this incident, my heart fills with sorrow. Alongside self-blame, I feel immense sadness for her. It's regrettable to witness a vibrant life extinguished before it even had a chance to blossom. Horror story. The water ghost's demise. My home is located in a rural area in Binzhou City. Binzhou City is situated in the northern part of Shandong Province, in the heart of the Lubei Plain and the Yellow River Delta. It has a rich history and culture, serving as one of the birthplaces of the Yellow River and Qi cultures. Prominent historical figures such as Sun Wu, a famous military strategist of ancient times, Dong Yong, a filial son from the Han dynasty, Fan Zhongyan, a renowned political figure from the Song dynasty, and Du Shutian, an imperial tutor from the Qing dynasty, were either born or grew up here. As far as I can remember, there was a large ditch on the south side of the village used for irrigating farmland. It was called Chuanbahan. The water in it was deep, and it connected to the Tuai River nearby. The Tuai River is located on the northern bank of the Yellow River, flowing through the provinces of Henan, Hebei, and Shandong, forming a narrow and elongated strip from southwest to north. After merging with the Qingku River in Zhanhua District, Binzhou City, the main stream flows through Dongfeng Port and eventually enters the sea. Although Chuanbahan was a large ditch, it was actually a man-made canal excavated with an excavator. The bucket of the excavator could dig several meters deep. There were many relatively deep and invisible water pits beneath the surface of Chuanbahan, and every year, people would drown there due to various reasons. My cousin almost had an accident in Chuanbahan. It was a terrifying story from his life. At the time, my cousin was 12 years old and went to a relatively shallow area of Chuanbahan with 3 friends to catch crabs. It was a hot noon that day, and the water in Chuanbahan shimmered green under the sunlight, like a translucent green jade. The glimmering waves beckoned people to come closer and interact with the water. The children, seeking the coolness of the water, gradually moved from the bank toward the center of Chuanbahan. Some passing farmers, who happened to be going home, saw us, a group of children getting closer to the center of the river, and shouted loudly, "You kids, don't go to the deep parts of the water. They're all deep pits, and if you're not careful, you'll drown." After warning my cousin and his friends, the villagers continued on their way. My cousin and his friends were enjoying themselves too much and didn't pay attention to what the adults said. Since they had grown up near the water, they were all adept swimmers. Influenced by the hot weather, their playful mood, and the refreshing coolness of the water, they began swimming towards the deeper parts. One of the skinny boys, whom we all called Skinny Monkey, was an excellent swimmer. He could hold his breath underwater for a long time. As if showing off, he slowly swam towards the middle of Chuanbahan, diving into the water with a splash. At first, everything seemed fine, and we thought he was just having fun underwater. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing him resurface, we became terrified. We clapped the water surface and shouted his name loudly, but he didn't respond or come up. Just when everyone had been shouting and was about to cry, Skinny Monkey suddenly stood up in front of my cousin and the others, holding a human skull in his hand and laughing at my cousin. The skull in his hand had dark eye sockets, facing my cousin's face from a close distance. My cousin, who was the most timid, was frightened by the sudden appearance of the person in the skull from underwater. He screamed loudly and scrambled up the bank, shouting in fear that he and the other 2 still in the water and Skinny Monkey should go home. The other 2 friends told Skinny Monkey to throw away the skull in his hand. Skinny Monkey, however, disregarded their advice and said, "There are still many down there. I'm not afraid. It's just a human bone." Although he appeared fearless, my cousin and the other friends didn't have the same courage. They kept urging him to throw it away. After the other friends strongly expressed their unwillingness to play with him and their intention to go home, Skinny Monkey casually threw the skull to the side of the ditch. According to my cousin, on the night they all went into the water, the 4 of them inexplicably developed high fevers. Even after taking medicine at home, it didn't work. The parents of the children gathered together, exchanged information, and found out that they had been bathing and playing in the ditch. Most importantly, the monkey had picked up a dead person's bone to play with. Since the parents were all from rural areas, they could roughly guess what had happened. They had no choice but to call for the village's collector to come. The old man who helped them collect at that time was already very old, and he has since passed away. The old man said that where they found the human skull before digging the canal was originally a grave, and it was an abandoned grave. Skinny Monkey had disrespected the human remains by taking out the bones and throwing them by the ditch, which was not only disrespectful, but also very ominous. After much effort and help from several families, they managed to collect all 4 of them. As for the process of collecting, my cousin said that the old man mumbled something for a while, and then he fell asleep. He didn't know what happened afterward. After a long time, my cousin heard his family members talking and mentioned that the old man had told my aunt to have Skinny Monkey's family return the skull the next day. However, when Skinny Monkey's family went to look for the skull the next day, they searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, they found the body of a mentally challenged person from a neighboring village in the Tuai River. He was holding a human skull in his arms. According to the villagers, some people who were working in the fields saw the mentally challenged person from the neighboring village standing by the riverbank, foolishly laughing while holding a skull. The villagers didn't pay much attention. They thought it was over, but it was heard that Skinny Monkey also drowned in Chuanbahan 2 years later while taking a bath. My cousin was frightened as a child and never dared to go near that ditch again. As he grew older, he gradually left the village to seek a livelihood elsewhere and never returned. From the time I can remember, it was not uncommon for several people to die in that ditch every year. Recently, during summer vacation, 3 20-year-old boys drowned in that ditch. I don't know what they encountered or if it had anything to do with the thing in the ditch. Horror story, Hu Xiantang. The story takes place in the 1970s in a Hu family household in the mountains of Kaiyuan, Liaoning province. The protagonist of the story is my maternal aunt, who was about to celebrate her 20th birthday at that time. During that era, things were different, especially in remote mountainous areas. Girls around the age of 20 were generally already married, and some even had children who could go to the village entrance to run errands. However, my aunt didn't worry at all about her marriage, and she even stayed at home every day, unconcerned about her increasing age. My aunt's parents were worried about her, but just before her 20th birthday, my aunt suddenly found her parents and informed them that her marriage had been settled. This completely shocked the whole family. My aunt stayed at home every day, so where did she find a prospective groom? Even if there was someone, how could she inform the groom's family directly without anyone having met him? However, my aunt was very determined and even resorted to threats of self-harm, telling her parents that she would have her wedding on her birthday. She asked her parents to immediately prepare the necessary items for the wedding, and in addition, my aunt asked for something special. Upon hearing that my aunt wanted them to prepare such a thing, the parents were taken aback. It was something they absolutely refused to do. The reason was simple. My aunt wanted something special, and it wasn't an ordinary item. It was a coffin, specifically a red coffin. Although red-colored items were used in weddings, nobody prepared a coffin. At this point, my aunt's parents already had a bad suspicion about the prospective groom my aunt mentioned. No matter how hard her parents tried to stop her, my aunt remained unmoved and locked herself in her room. Seeing her daughter's unwavering attitude and recalling the words she said about being willing to die, the parents were afraid she would really seek death as she had threatened. So, reluctantly, they followed her instructions, although with great unease. Soon, my aunt's birthday arrived. On that day, my aunt woke up early and sat in front of the mirror, grooming herself. She changed out of her regular clothes and put on a blood-red wedding gown. She took out her cherished jewelry from the jewelry box and adorned her black hair with each piece, transforming into a dazzling bride. With the bride ready, the groom was nowhere to be seen. The wedding hall was devoid of guests and laughter, only lit by a pair of eerie red candles, and most prominently, a red coffin. The bride emerged alone from the inner hall and slowly walked toward the coffin. In the terrified gaze of the 2 elderly people, she lay down in the coffin. The elderly couple was nearly petrified by this bizarre scene. After all, the person lying in the coffin was their own flesh and blood. They rushed to the coffin, wanting to wake her up, but the bride, who had a serene smile on her face, had already ceased to breathe. At that moment, the sound of drums and gongs came from the mountains behind, joyful and full of festivity, as if it were the melody of a wedding. However, within a radius of 10 miles, besides their own house, there were no other families celebrating a wedding. The elderly couple couldn't help but shudder. Later, a legend spread throughout the village, saying that a fox spirit who had achieved human form in the mountains behind wanted to find a companion. This woman needed to be a perfect girl born in a yin year and yin month. Coincidentally, my aunt, who tragically died during the wedding, was born in a yin year and yin month. Perhaps due to the shock of losing her daughter, my aunt seemed to have changed completely. She became a renowned shaman, famous far and wide, able to heal various mysterious illnesses. However, it was never heard before that she had any knowledge of medicine, and the methods she used to treat people didn't seem like medical skills. One night, someone knocked on the door, and when my aunt opened it, she saw a woman who claimed to be her deceased daughter, returning to visit her mother. At that moment, my aunt was certain of the woman's words from her tone and actions, without any doubt. The woman told her not to worry about her, and that she was doing well now. If there was ever any danger in the future, my aunt should go find her, and she explained how to find her. Then my aunt fell asleep, and the woman quietly departed, as if it were all just a dream. In short, no one could explain this mysterious wedding incident clearly, but since then, my aunt gained a resounding nickname, Hu Xiantang. Every day, many people came to her for medical treatment, and gradually, my aunt became famous in and out of the village. She even cured many particularly dangerous illnesses. The most interesting part was that my aunt drank the celebratory wine given by her deceased daughter and the fox spirit afterward. But that is another story. Horror story. Paper burn. When Chiaki was very young, her father passed away due to illness, leaving her mother to raise her alone with great hardship. Only a single mother truly understands the difficulties involved in such a task. Although Chiaki's mother was a strong woman, she couldn't help but feel lonely ever since Chiaki left home to work. With her daughter being too busy to come home often, Chiaki's mother had to participate in various activities for the elderly to pass the lonely hours. The incident took place on the Qingming Festival in 2010. Chiaki's mother left her older sister's house very late and took the small road home. Qingming Festival is a traditional Chinese holiday when people burn incense and pay respects to their ancestors. Therefore, on the dim and secluded path, there were people kneeling and burning paper offerings everywhere, and the air was filled with desolate cries and the heavy smell of burnt paper. Chiaki sniffed and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine in such an eerie scene. In fact, Chiaki's mother had also prepared wax paper candles for the departed relatives, so she was hurrying home all the way. However, while Chiaki's mother was rushing on the road, suddenly, a figure appeared in a secluded corner ahead. It was an old woman with a stooped figure, half kneeling silently beside a burning paper fire. The fire burned brightly beside her, casting her withered figure as a long shadow on the gray-white wall. Behind the hoarse cries, it seemed there was an endless sorrow and deep grievance. She raised her hand and scattered a handful of paper money into the air, lamenting, "My child's father, you were so heartless, leaving us mother and daughter behind early. How can we, the mother and son, survive? Woo!" After saying that, she let out another sob, seemingly too sad to speak. Empathy arose within Chiaki's heart. Who would understand the unbearable pain of raising a child alone after her husband's early death better than Chiaki's mother? Moved by compassion, Chiaki approached the old woman. She wanted to tell this fellow suffering sister that she understood her pain. As Chiaki took slow steps forward, she said, "Elder sister." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Chiaki felt like something was choking her throat. She happened to stop at the side of the old woman in a delicate angle. Under the illumination of the firelight, from this angle, the old woman's body seemed to gradually become thinner, very thin. This couldn't be possible. Subconsciously denying the scene before her eyes, Chiaki took a few steps forward, supported by a trembling body, trying to see more clearly. To her surprise, as she moved closer, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget. The flickering fire had transformed into an unpredictable pale blue light, reflecting the face of the old woman. That face did not belong to a human. It was a pale color, with two dull eyes drawn on it, and two strange, vivid blushes on the cheeks. She was smiling, a terrifying smile. Yes, everything on that face was drawn, like crude graffiti by a mischievous child, but far more sinister than any graffiti. Chiaki finally saw it clearly. From head to toe, this old woman had no trace of human flesh and blood. She was nothing more than a thin paper figure. As if her scalp exploded, Chiaki was stunned in place. At that moment, the paper figure slowly turned its horrifying face toward Chiaki. This action finally snapped Chiaki out of her fear. She dragged her legs and ran home as fast as she could. A gust of cold wind followed closely behind, and Chiaki finally realized the meaning of a lingering shadow. She dared not look back and rushed to the well-lit residential area. Only then did the haunting wind behind her dissipate. After encountering such an incident, Chiaki never dared to go out and burn paper money again. She trembled in her home all night, and the next morning, she discovered that her body was covered with large bumps the size of bowls, resembling the ghostly bumps in folk legends. Upon learning about her mother's strange encounter over the phone, Chiaki immediately took leave and rushed back home. Following a folk remedy, she used a broom to smooth out the ghostly bumps on her mother's body. A long time has passed since this incident, and Chiaki's life has gradually returned to normal, as if everything has settled down. However, one question continues to linger in Chiaki's mind. If living people burn paper as an offering to the netherworld, then who do the netherworld beings burn paper for? Horror story, Water Ghost. I am from Nanping, Fujian Province. This incident happened when I was in the 4th grade of elementary school. Our family had just moved from the urban area to the other side of the river. Due to the new environment and my personal experience with this incident, the memory remains vivid even after many years. That morning was no different from any other day. I went to school with my friends, laughing and playing along the way. We leisurely arrived at the riverside after crossing the bridge, hoping to see something interesting on the river that day. And sure enough, I happened to spot a fisherman who was pulling in his fishing net with great effort. It seemed like he had caught something big. I immediately became curious. The fisherman pulled the net back and forth several times but couldn't bring it up. Excitedly, he shouted to the fishmongers on the opposite bank, "Hey guys! The catch is too big! I can't bring it up! I'll get closer to the shore! Can you help me out?" Upon hearing his call, my friends and I also became excited. We put our backpacks on our backs and ran towards the river, ready to feast our eyes. Vroom! Vroom! The fisherman powered up his boat, and black smoke billowed from the rear. He dragged the fishing net and arrived at the shore. Busy with his work, he joyfully said, "This must be a big haul. You guys better give me a good price later." After jumping off the boat, he handed the head rope of the fishing net to the people who came to help. Several people shouted slogans, and finally managed to pull the net, along with the fish, onto the shore. Since they were used to fishing on the water all year round, the others didn't find it as fascinating as we did, so there wasn't much competition to see. As the dark green rope gradually emerged from the water, the fishing net stirred up the muddy water, mixing it with the clear water of the shallow beach. Inside the net, there was a slender and completely green creature struggling, but there didn't seem to be any big fish. After completely pulling it onto the shore, I could see that the creature was entirely black, covered in green algae from the water. It had a face resembling a monkey and ears like a cat, with front paws resembling a praying mantis and hind feet resembling duck webbing. However, as soon as it was out of the water, it immediately went limp, barely breathing, unlike the earlier struggle that required several adults to pull it. It truly bewildered me, and not just me, but the fisherman and his companions were also puzzled. At that moment, a fishmonger who was sitting a little farther away calmly explained, "Don't pull it anymore. It's a water monkey." As soon as they heard the words water monkey, other people nearby quickly gathered to see. It seemed like they hadn't seen it before either. The chatter and discussion made the riverside more lively. The fisherman, who thought he would make a fortune that morning, was now somewhat worried. This water monkey didn't seem like a good thing. There were also rumors about water monkeys causing harm and leading to drowning. However, since they hadn't encountered such a situation before, they didn't know how to handle it. The crowd started giving him suggestions, and in the end, he decided to take this mysterious creature to the Yuantong Temple at the foot of Jufeng Mountain, not far from here, and seek the help of the monks. Although I was curious about what would happen next, I realized that I was already running late for school due to all the commotion. So, my friends and I hurriedly ran to school. Throughout the morning, I couldn't help but think about the water monkey and what would happen to it. As soon as school was over at noon, I ran towards the temple with my friends, who were equally curious about the incident. As soon as we reached the temple gate, a pungent smell of fish mixed with the stench of dead rats greeted us. As we walked in, we saw the incense burner in the center of the temple knocked over, and the ashes buried the water monkey, forming a small mound. The old monk next to it explained to the onlookers that this water monkey was the manifestation of resentment and needed to be resolved by incense ashes to dispel the resentment. Then it needed to be burned with fire to completely eliminate it, or else it would cause trouble again in less than 3 months. As I listened nearby, it seemed like it would be best to dry it out before burning it, and it all sounded quite mystical. Although the ashes covered it, the foul smell was unbearable. My friends and I went back home separately. Later, I heard that when the water monkey was burned, thick black smoke filled the air, making the entire temple smell foul. Moreover, after the water monkey was dealt with, there were no more drowning incidents at the confluence of the two rivers and a creek in our area for several years. Horror story. Hanging. This is a true story that happened to my mother's close friend, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang is in her 40s and works as a bus driver. After divorcing her husband a while ago, she moved back to her parents' home. The house is located in an old residential area, mostly occupied by elderly people whose children have moved out. One day, Aunt Wang returned home late around 10 p.m. after finishing her evening shift. In the corner of the first-floor hallway, she saw an old man standing with his back against the wall in a strange posture. However, Aunt Wang didn't think much of it and just wanted to get home quickly, feeling exhausted. After she arrived home and had a quick meal, Aunt Wang was about to lie down and rest when she suddenly started sweating profusely. She felt a suffocating sensation accompanied by palpitations. Thinking it might be due to her recent low mood and exhaustion from work, she didn't pay much attention to it. The next day around noon, Aunt Wang, who usually wakes up early, hadn't gotten out of bed. Her mother opened the door to her room and found her daughter's face looking pale. Despite calling out to her multiple times, Aunt Wang didn't respond. Worried, her mother immediately called for an ambulance. At the hospital, the doctors couldn't find any immediate health issues with Aunt Wang, but recommended further examination to determine the cause of her shock. After a few hours, Aunt Wang regained consciousness, feeling like the doctors hadn't discovered anything wrong. Moreover, she was concerned about the high hospital expenses, so she hurriedly discharged herself. On their way back home, Aunt Wang and her mother noticed a memorial hall set up in the neighborhood. They inquired with the neighbors and learned that Mr. Li, who lived upstairs from Aunt Wang, had passed away. Upon returning home, Aunt Wang still felt very unwell and went to bed early. In a dazed state, she felt someone sitting on the chair next to her bed, constantly watching her. The figure seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. The next morning, as soon as Aunt Wang got out of bed, she felt something unusual about her body. However, she mustered her energy and prepared to go to work for the early shift. While tidying up the blanket, she noticed a lot of hair on it. She hurriedly went to the bathroom and was shocked to find a large bald patch on her head. Aunt Wang was instantly unsettled and even suspected that she might be suffering from depression due to excessive stress. Nevertheless, life had to go on, so Aunt Wang quickly composed herself, tied up her hair, and went out to work. It was still early in the morning, and the sky was gloomy. She didn't encounter many people in the neighborhood, but as soon as she left the neighborhood, the number of pedestrians on the road increased. They all walked with their heads down, probably due to the cold weather. Aunt Wang found it strange to see so many people walking like that and took a closer look. What she saw was not human at all. They were clearly walking corpses, either covered in blood or with broken body parts, and some even had their eyeballs dangling from their faces. Aunt Wang was startled, and as a man with a pale face and an elongated tongue approached her, she stepped back in fear, screamed, and fainted. When she woke up, she had been brought back home by the security guard and neighbors. Aunt Wang suspected that she had encountered something supernatural and shared her experience with her mother. That afternoon, her mother went back to their hometown, claiming to seek the help of a spiritual master. Not long after, her mother returned, accompanied by a thin and elderly man. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, but his eyes were remarkably bright, resembling those of a newborn baby. It was said that this master was born with the ability to see things that ordinary people couldn't. He told Aunt Wang that there was a vengeful ghost with a strong grudge following her. As it turned out, the old man Aunt Wang had seen in the hallway was Mr. Li, who lived upstairs. Mr. Li was an elderly man living alone, and all 4 of his children worked in the city, busy with their own lives and unable to spend much time with him. On the day of the incident, it was Mr. Li's birthday, and he had prepared a table full of dishes that his children loved, hoping to have a lively celebration together. However, when he called his children, they all made excuses and couldn't come. Hanging up the phone, Mr. Li looked at the table filled with food he had prepared, thinking about how he had raised his children through hardships, expecting that they would take care of him when he grew old. But he never imagined that they would turn out to be ungrateful. The more Mr. Lee thought about it, the angrier and sadder he became. He felt that only his death would make his children stop and reflect on their actions. With this thought in mind, Mr. Lee lost his sanity, grabbed a rope, and ran to the hallway to hang himself. However, at the moment he kicked away the small stool, the feeling of helplessness in the face of death made him regain a bit of clarity. Thinking about his adorable grandchildren and the many unfulfilled wishes he had, he began to regret his decision. He desperately hoped that someone could save him. It was at this moment that he saw Aunt Wang, who was returning home late. Unaware of the unusual circumstances, Aunt Wang quickly walked away without even pausing. At that time, Mr. Lee was not yet dead. He was only being strangled by the rope, unable to make a sound. After his death, Mr. Lee stubbornly blamed Aunt Wang for not saving him, believing that her indifference led to his demise. Following the instructions of the fortune teller, Aunt Wang and her mother went to a crossroad at midnight, burned some paper money, and apologized. Slowly, Aunt Wang's health began to improve, and she never saw any strange people again. A few days ago, I happened to encounter Aunt Wang and witnessed the bald patch on her head. I believe that there are many unexplained phenomena in this world that science cannot comprehend. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this particular case, it is always good to approach life with a sense of awe and respect for the unknown. Horror story: Revenge of the Snake. This story doesn't have much suspense or horror. It's an experience from when I was very young, and due to its age, my memory of it has become quite fuzzy. My family lived in Liaoning, and during my elementary school vacations, I would always go to my grandmother's house to play. My grandmother lived in a small mountain village in Xinbin, where the people had a special affection for witchcraft. Those who knew a little bit about it were highly respected in the village. During the summer vacation of the 3rd grade, just like every year, I took a long-distance bus for over 3 hours and finally arrived at the village's bus station. As I got off the bus, I eagerly ran towards my grandmother's house, only to find a crowd of people gathered near the small bridge leading home. Curiosity got the better of me, and without thinking twice, I squeezed my way into the crowd to see what had happened. I saw a dead body lying on the bridge, with wide-open eyes and twisted limbs like a pretzel. The mouth seemed torn open, and a long tongue was hanging out. I recognized this person. She was the famous madwoman from Guanja village, which was a few kilometers away from us. Of course, she wasn't always mad. According to my grandmother, the madwoman had a pitiful past. In her early years, she was sold to Guan Changfu as a wife. However, Guan Changfu had a violent temper. He was extremely dissatisfied when she gave birth to 2 daughters consecutively, and he would beat her every day. Eventually, he sold both daughters. Later, when she finally gave birth to a son, just 2 days after the happy occasion, Guan Changfu, in a drunken state, insisted on having his way with the son and accidentally threw the baby, who was less than a year old, into the well in their house. That's when the madwoman went mad. I saw her last year and now she was dead. I was frightened and stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a large hand covered my eyes, and a familiar old voice came from above. "Isn't this old W.U.'s grandson? Why are you here?" I immediately recognized that it was Granny Chi from next door, and I felt relieved. Granny Chi took me back to my grandmother's house. I was probably scared out of my wits because as soon as I got home, I developed a high fever. My grandmother later told me that I had a fever for 2 whole days. She called the well-known shaman from the village, who said that my soul had been snatched away by the madwoman. The shaman performed a ritual, boiled a pot of exorcism soup with 3 bowls of water and incense ashes mixed with the shaman's spell, and made me drink it. Only then did I recover. However, I think perhaps it wasn't my soul that was snatched away by the madwoman. Rather, I witnessed a terrifying and crazy incident in the form of a dream. In the dream, after seeing the madwoman's dead body, I lay down at home and started dreaming. In the dream, I saw Guan Changfu in a place that resembled a cave, with a huge nylon bag next to him filled with snakes wriggling inside. Guan Changfu took out a snake and squeezed its gallbladder, then used a strangely shaped knife to cut open the snake's mouth and peel off its skin. He carefully flattened the snake's skin and wrapped it around something shaped like a baby. While Guan Changfu was doing all this, the snakes were still alive. I couldn't move or shout. a mysterious force compelled me to follow Guan Changfu back to his house. Along the way, I saw a small snake as thick as a finger that kept following us. After a moment of dizziness, when I regained consciousness, it seemed like I was hanging on the locust tree at Guan Changfu's house. The house was surrounded by thousands of snakes. All the doors and windows were filled with snakes, and many snakes kept pounding on the front door. The madwoman was thrown out of a window that had already been shattered by the snakes, and hundreds of snakes swarmed around her, tightly coiling around her. Taking advantage of this chaos, Guan Changfu managed to escape. The snake swarm realized that Guan Changfu was gone, and in anger, destroyed everything in his house before receding like a tide. When I woke up, I couldn't keep this secret to myself, so I told my grandmother about the dream. She simply patted my head without saying a word. That vacation passed by very happily, and I gradually forgot about this incident. Soon it was time to go back to school, so I returned to the city. It was during a casual conversation with my parents that I learned that a few days after I woke up, several adults from the village went mushroom picking together and discovered Guan Changfu's corpse outside a cave, kneeling next to a baby wrapped in snakeskin with his limbs twisted. A foul odor emanated from the cave, and the brave villagers entered the cave, only to find piles of dead snakes and the presence of maggots and mice. Now, I'm in college, and while researching, I stumbled upon information that revealed the events in my childhood dream were actually a form of black magic from a Southeast Asian country. It involved removing the skin from live snakes and using snakeskin to seal the grudges of infants. I think Guan Changfu probably felt guilty about accidentally causing the death of his own son and believed that his child was following him, which led him to resort to this method. As for the powerful Li family, they couldn't just stand by and let their descendants be slaughtered, so they took revenge on Guan Changfu by blocking him. In the end, it resulted in the destruction of Guan Changfu's household and his demise. Witnessing the movements of this group of snakes, the neighbors surrounding Guan Changfu's house were filled with a sense of fear and foreboding. They all moved away from Guan's village, and what was once a thriving community gradually became desolate. A few years ago, I happened to pass by that place and noticed traces of some kind of animal crawling in that house, with broken walls and dilapidated tiles. It was impossible to tell that it had once been a home. The elderly people there often say that Guan Changfu's house has now become a place for the great immortal Li family to practice their cultivation in the mortal world. Substitute death. The concept of substitute death is unimaginable, but it happened in our village to a destitute man named Wang Bao during the busy autumn harvest season. His death was extremely bizarre. During that time, everyone in the village was busy beyond measure. One day, a villager named Wang Ben Li approached Wang Bao and said, "Hey buddy, can you help me out for a few days? I'll provide meals and pay you 200 yuan. How does that sound?" Wang Bao eagerly accepted, thinking it was a good opportunity. That evening, Wang Ben Li invited Wang Bao to his house for drinks. They drank and toasted, and after 3 rounds of drinks, it was late at night. Wang Bao was already heavily intoxicated, slumped over the table unconscious. Wang Ben Li, who was slightly intoxicated himself, straightened up and stared at Wang Bao for a while. He made a firm decision. Wang Ben Li called Wang Bao a few times, but there was no response. "Wang Bao, do me this one favor. If that dream was just a dream, you won't have to die. But if it was real, I will serve you well with good food and drink, and you should be content." He muttered softly to himself, and then dragged Wang Bao to the bed before quietly leaving the room. The next day, news of Wang Bao's death spread throughout the village. Wang Ben Li was greatly alarmed, and involuntarily made his way back home to find out what had happened. When he arrived, he saw that the villagers and the police were already there. Sharp-eyed villagers noticed him, and the village chief immediately confronted Wang Ben Li. "Where were you last night? How did Wang Bao end up dead at your house?" Wang Ben Li panicked internally, but pretended to be surprised, saying, "Huh? I was halfway through drinking last night when someone called me to help out in town. Wang Bao had drunk too much, so I let him sleep in my house. I just got back now." He finished speaking and nervously peered into the house. There they saw Wang Bao's head hanging by the bed, his body eerily lifeless. The police took Wang Ben Li to the station to give a statement. He rambled on and made up a story. Combined with the strange nature of Wang Bao's death, which could not be determined, the police had no choice but to conclude the case as accidental death due to alcohol poisoning in the autopsy report. With the incident settled, Wang Benli was released and life in the village returned to normal. However, 1.5 months after Wang Bao's death, on a night when Wang Benli got drunk while drinking with a group of people, he started babbling, "Do you guys know how Wang Bao died?" Everyone at the table was taken aback and became curious, shaking their heads. Wang Benli shook his head and slurred, "A few days ago, I had a dream. In the dream, a ghastly-faced ghost said it would come to take my life in 3 nights. I pleaded with it not to kill me. It said, 'If you don't want to die, find someone to replace you.' After waking up, I pondered, this matter is unusual. It's better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. So, I came up with a plan, tricked Wang Bao into coming to my house, got him drunk, and let him sleep in my bed. I never expected him to actually die the next morning." Everyone shivered after hearing this, and a few close acquaintances scolded Wang Benli for being unscrupulous. Others lost interest and made excuses to go home. The gathering quickly dispersed. The next morning, as villagers who went to work in the fields passed by Wang Benli's house, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Wang Benli was lying in front of his house, mouth agape, face pale, dead. Even more horrifying, his body had been mutilated, his organs spilled out, blood forming pools. Among the onlookers, there were whispers of Wang Benli's drunken words. The older villagers said that good dreams or nightmares, whether understood or not, should never be casually spoken about. Wang Benli had caused the death of someone, which was already a crime. Having narrowly escaped death but failing to keep the evil spirit's secret sealed his fate, resulting in his own murder. "Hey, he died as a substitute for me!" The people at the table were shocked, instantly intrigued. "Hey Wang, tell us what happened! Tell us!" Gun corpse. The elders told me that they witnessed this incident with their own eyes, and everyone in the surrounding areas knew about it. The elders said that when they were young, there was a stonemason who lived alone on the mountain where the stone quarry was located. He would only come down the mountain occasionally to buy daily necessities, and that was the only time people would see him. One day, after a thunderstorm, eerie screams would echo through the valley every night. The stonemason, who was supposed to go down the mountain to buy supplies, had not come down for a long time. The stonemason had a drinking buddy at the foot of the mountain. This drinking buddy waited for him at the tavern for half a day, but never saw the stonemason. Worried that something might have happened to him, the drinking buddy decided to go to the stonemason's house to check on him. The stonemason's house was situated high up the mountain. When he arrived at the stonemason's house, it was already evening. He discovered that the stonemason wasn't home, so he went to the nearby quarry to find him. He shouted and searched, but there was complete silence all around, and no one responded to him. He thought that the stonemason had already come down the mountain, but missed him because they took different paths, so he decided to go back. By this time, it was already dark. Suddenly, eerie screams came from a nearby hillside, startling him. His body shivered, and his hair stood on end. He wanted to leave quickly, but he couldn't resist his curiosity. In the end, he gathered his courage and walked over. In the bright moonlight, he could see from a distance that a person was trapped under a large rock halfway up the mountain. As he approached, he realized that the person was the stonemason. The lower half of the stonemason's body was tightly crushed by the giant rock, and the eerie screams were coming from the stonemason's mouth under the rock. He quickly ran over, intending to rescue the stonemason. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the stonemason had been dead for quite some time. The body was covered in maggots, but the mouth was wide open, and the hands kept waving at him. He was terrified, stunned, and stepped back, unable to believe the bizarre scene he had witnessed. In a moment of carelessness, he tumbled down the hillside. He didn't return home that night, causing his family to worry. They gathered a group of people and went to the mountains to search for him. In the middle of the night, they heard the eerie screams again, and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the screams, but they were still a step too late. The stonemason's drinking buddy, due to the lack of timely treatment, met an unfortunate end. They also discovered the gun corpse under the giant rock. Everyone was terrified and quickly returned to the village to seek the help of a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest killed a rooster and started performing rituals. He drew a talisman, and the talisman instantly caught fire in the priest's hand. After the talisman burned out, a foul-smelling odor wafted out, and the gun corpse remained motionless. The crowd worked together to move the stone, and found a suitable place to bury the stonemason and his drinking buddy. The elders told us that after a person dies, there is still residual breath in the body. If the corpse is exposed to sunlight and the passage of time, it will reanimate during a thunderstorm and pounce on living beings when it smells vitality. It is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the stonemason's body was trapped under the giant rock, so although it decomposed, it couldn't move. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As I grew up and watched many movies, I realized that a gun corpse is just another term for a zombie, and gun corpse was simply a name that the older generation was more accustomed to using.
Horror Tale: Grandma's Dream. Listen up, folks, 'cause what I'm about to tell you is a real-life horror story that happened to yours truly. Picture this. My family resided in a godforsaken little town nestled in the dark corners of rural Maine. Now let me tell you about Grandma. She had a reputation, you see. The whole damn village knew her as the go-to woman when it came to calming down scared kids. She had this uncanny ability to read a child's fears just by glancing at their forehead. And let me tell you, she never charged a penny for her babysitting skills. But here's the kicker, and I swear on all that's holy, my old man and I firmly believe Grandma had not one but two guardian spirits, some sort of fox-like creatures that had tagged along from God knows where. And now hold on to your britches, 'cause things are about to get downright chilling. You see, as Grandma aged, her mind started slipping. The doctors diagnosed her with cerebellar atrophy, but that was only the beginning of her nightmare. She'd babble on about seeing my long-dead grandpa coming to whisk her away to the other side. And she'd swear up and down that she saw these white-clad figures beckoning her through the window. It gets even creepier, my friend. Grandma would often ramble about wanting her damn shoes, claiming she needed to go home, to leave this mortal coil. Sheesh, it sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. Winter settled in, and that's when Grandma took a turn for the worse. Bedridden, helpless, and totally dependent on us for her every need. She'd mumble some words at first, but eventually her voice faded away like a distant echo. All that remained were her teary eyes, brimming with unspoken torment. We begged the doctors for answers, but they couldn't explain it. It was then that my aunt, bless her twisted soul, shared a chilling theory. You see, Grandma had this code, a moral compass that forbade her from accepting a single dime from friends or neighbors for medical expenses. She'd always speak the truth, as if leaking some forbidden knowledge, and that's what sealed her lips. It's no wonder she lost her voice, my friend. And eventually, she lost her life. Now in these parts, there's an old tradition when someone passes on. They remain at home for a day, 7 long days before they're laid to rest. It's like a macabre waiting game. I remember that fateful night when Grandma left us. Tears streaming down my face, a lump in my throat, my heart heavy as a tombstone. I couldn't bear the thought of her departing, slipping away into the void. But I was just a helpless observer, my hands tied. All I could do was pay my respects, so I mustered the courage to approach her casket. And there, my friend, is where the true horror began. I wanted to honor her memory by lighting incense and offering for the departed. But damn, that incense, it defied me. No matter how many times I tried, that sucker refused to catch fire. My heart pounded in my chest as I pleaded with Grandma in hushed whispers. Please, Grandma, you know I'm afraid of the dark. Help me light this damn thing. And then, like a bolt from the blackest night, it happened. The incense burst into flames. I swear, my skin crawled at that moment. She was my flesh and blood, but why did the damn incense light up only after I called out to her? And there was more, my friend. I tried to insert the incense into the holder, mind you, that holder was filled with rice. But it wouldn't fit, no matter how hard I pushed. Again, I muttered, Grandma, Don't you dare scare me. I'm scared enough as it is." And just like that, the incense slid right in. My heart raced, my mind reeled, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. I stumbled back into the house, dazed and confused. But let me tell you, things took a turn for the worse. My head throbbed with a searing pain, a pain that seemed to seep into my very soul. Exhaustion overcame me, and I collapsed on the bed, shutting my eyes. It was then, my friend, that I entered a realm where reality and nightmares intertwined. In that twisted realm, I dreamt of Grandma, alive and standing there, separated from me by a plank of wood, her head and face concealed by a piece of cloth, suffocating beneath its weight. Her hands flailed, desperately struggling for breath. And how I fought tooth and nail to remove that cloth from her face. But try as I might, it clung to her like a second skin. I attempted to push aside the wooden barrier that stood between us, but it might as well have been immovable granite. Panic consumed me, and I screamed and shouted, my voice echoing through the void. Suddenly, my father jolted me awake, his eyes filled with concern. He asked what was wrong, why I had fallen asleep, only to awaken in tears and hysteria. And so I told him, my voice filled with a mixture of desperation and disbelief. I told him and every damn person who'd listened that Grandma was still alive, that I had dreamt of her torment, her face shrouded in cloth, gasping for air. But they didn't believe me, my friend. No, they chalked it up to grief, to the ramblings of a disturbed mind lost in a labyrinth of dreams. It wasn't until the day of Grandma's funeral, just before the burial, that they finally glimpsed the truth. They opened the casket, and there it was, clear as day. A yellow cloth covered Grandma's face, the very cloth that should have been removed once she was placed in the casket, forgotten by those careless aunts of mine. When everyone saw that cloth, it hit them like a freight train. Suddenly, they believed me, believed that Grandma had reached out to me in that twisted dream. But here's the kicker, my friend. Grandma's head, which had been turned to the side, a crooked neck as cold as the Maine winter, suddenly snapped back into place. It defied reason, logic, and the freezing temperatures that should have stiffened her body. No, her head righted itself with ease, as if it had never been displaced at all. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, each with their own theories. Some claimed it was Grandma's refusal to accept payment for her healing powers that brought her divine protection. Others whispered about the two fox-like spirits that trailed in her wake, guardians of her very soul. It's been years, my friend, and I'm still haunted by that memory. The memory of a mystery so inexplicable, so horrifying, that it defies all rational explanation. Horror story: The Insect Within. Let me tell you a chilling tale, my friend, straight from the depths of the twisted recesses of my mind. This story bears the touch of Stephen King, where the darkness lurks beneath the surface of a seemingly ordinary town in the heartland of America. Picture yourself in a quaint little town named Chester's Hollow, nestled in the picturesque countryside of Maine. The landscape is adorned with sprawling forests and a sense of tranquility that masks the horrors lurking within. It was the summer of '79 when I, a young man of 18, found myself drawn to the peculiar happenings of this seemingly idyllic place. Having just graduated from high school, I arrived in Chester's Hollow with my sweetheart, a woman with raven black hair named Sarah. We were greeted by the town mayor, an imposing figure with a disarming smile that barely masked an undercurrent of unease. Over a sumptuous meal, we were introduced to our fellow town dwellers and assigned tasks on the local farms. Little did we know, the darkness awaited its moment to awaken. In this twisted tale, my closest friend, a man I'll call Samuel, for his true name still haunts me, and I were assigned to toil in the fields side by side. Samuel had always possessed an uncanny affinity for the shadows, choosing to work in the deepest corners of the sun-drenched landscape. It was there, amid the creeping twilight, that the peculiarities began to unravel. One fateful evening, As the fiery orb of the sun bade farewell to the day, I called out to Samuel, urging him to join me for a well-deserved reprieve. But my voice fell on deaf ears, and he continued his labor with an unnerving intensity. A shiver crawled up my spine as I approached him, tapping his shoulder in an attempt to break his trance. His body twitched as if startled awake from a nightmarish slumber, his sweat-soaked face reflecting a weariness that defied explanation. But he brushed it off, claiming an inexplicable surge of energy. Little did I know that this was only the beginning of the descent into madness. That night, the moon cast an eerie glow upon Chester's Hollow, and Samuel's nocturnal wanderings began. Driven by an unseen force, he slipped out into the darkened abyss, leaving me to witness this nocturnal odyssey. Fueled by equal parts curiosity and concern, I followed his elusive footsteps, our journey leading us to a patch of land swathed in shadow. To my astonishment, a procession of townsfolk emerged from the darkness, their minds ensnared in the clutches of a sinister enchantment. They moved in a synchronized rhythm, their bodies digging into the earth with a fervor that defied reason. Desperate, I called out to Samuel, each cry fading into the night, consumed by the haunting silence. His eyes glazed over, devoid of recognition, as if his very soul had been devoured by the malevolence gripping our town. Driven by a maddening mix of terror and determination, I approached Samuel, my hands grasping at his shirt in a futile attempt to awaken him from this living nightmare. It was then that I beheld the unholy visage etched upon his stomach, a grotesque manifestation of faces twisted in agony, as if trapped within the depths of his flesh. My heart pounded in my chest, threatening to burst forth from the cage of my ribs, as I tore at the garments of the others, revealing a nightmarish tapestry of faces that defied all rationality. The sight struck me with a paralyzing fear, my mind teetering on the precipice of insanity. Sensing the looming darkness that had descended upon Chester's Hollow, I beckoned Sarah, my love, to witness this abomination. Together, we sat in stunned silence, our minds grappling with the impossible, while the faces whispered their eerie secrets, their voices a cacophony of terror. Word spread like wildfire through the town, and soon the mayor and the townsfolk arrived, their eyes wide with disbelief. Among them, an ancient figure stepped forward, his wizened countenance bearing witness to the shadows that had plagued our land for centuries. With a voice tinged with equal parts sorrow and dread, he began to recount a tale that echoed the darkest recesses of our nightmares. And so, my friend, the tale of the insect within draws you into a web of horror spun by the twisted imagination of Stephen King. Within these pages, the sinister forces that lay dormant within the American heartland claw their way to the surface, revealing the true terrors that lurk beneath the veneer of normalcy. Beware, for once you enter the embrace of this nightmarish tale, there is no escape.